Hey guys, Gazi, I made you a co-host so you can let people in from the waiting room.
Oh, that's perfect.
So it should show up if you just press on participants.
Yeah, okay, that's perfect.
Great, thank you. Hi, nice to see you. Hi, Maria. Hi, Anda. We're waiting for a couple more jurors to make their way in.
Hi, Emma. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, Tule. Welcome. We're waiting on, I think, one more person to make their way in, and then I can give you guys a little intro to the studio. Oh, hi,
Hi,
Orhan.
Tulay. How are you?
Hey, good. You?
Good, good. Are you in New York?
Yes,
Okay.
Brooklyn.
Haven't seen you for a while. Long time no see, Tulay.
No. Yes. We so want to come back to LA to visit. We miss it.
Yeah, that's great. Are you going to be here for a while or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We want to. We haven't been able to do it in the past 15
I
years
see.
or so.
My mind went just, thinking that you were already here, not thinking the Zoom made every connection possible. Great to
Yes.
see you, Tulay.
Yes, you too.
Great. I think we're all here. We've got 4 great jurors joining us today for our second day of senior project reviews for Cal Poly Pomona. We're very excited to welcome you all here. I'll give you a real quick overview of the studio and then our section specifically. The senior projects at Cal Poly, we spend the fall semester with the students doing site research and typological research and a building of their own program. So they write their own program and kind of do all of the background legwork in the fall and then come into the spring semester to do a design project. And it's a senior project capstone, so it's a kind of a thesis, and we want them to have real ideas that they're kind of pushing forward. But we also, as a polytechnic institution, ask the students to develop a building in a pretty real sense. So we ask them to respect site constraints, including zoning and parking requirements and things like that, and to max out the FAR. And we also ask them to develop structural diagrams for their building and kind of understand the systems for that, and some of the environmental systems and things like a wall section. So we're asking them to sort of take on quite a bit, and we're very excited to have you guys look at these projects. All of the studios were working in some neighborhood sort of in the downtown Los Angeles area. And each studio had a sort of a specific neighborhood that they were working in, and then a sort of umbrella program that the students kind of developed their own program under. So our studio, we were working in Chinatown in Los Angeles, which if you're not familiar with the area is kind of, it's actually kind of the second Chinatown. The original one was demolished to build Union Station. but it's got quite a rich cultural history and some really interesting sort of architectural typologies that are very specific to the neighborhood. It's also been a traditionally very low-rise neighborhood, mostly 1- and 2-story buildings, but it's zoned to be much taller, and it's sort of in the process of quite a lot of change. So some of the projects look at how to add density to a neighborhood without, erasing the kind of culture that's there, and students have different sort of takes on how to respond to the neighborhood and how to kind of work with it or think about it. And our umbrella program was spaces of retail and hospitality and entertainment, which is also has a kind of a rich history in that specific area, with a lot of restaurants and kind of histories of nightclubs and all that kind of fun stuff. Any general questions about any of that? Great. I can introduce you guys, but yesterday I was actually finding it was much, I think the students got a much clearer view of who you were if people introduced themselves and gave a kind of 1-sentence introduction. So if that works for you guys, I would love to have you each just introduce yourselves briefly. I see Orhan's microphone's off, so I can let you go first if that works.
I'm currently teaching at East LA College here in LA. And I also teach landscape architecture at CPP, almost like every other semester, not since the COVID. And I've been writing for Archinect for about 15, almost, a little over 15 years now as a senior editor. And I'm a licensed architect as well with a small practice. That's me.
Great.
Glad to be here. Thanks for the invite, Emma.
Yeah, excited to have you. Tulay, am I saying your name correctly?
Almost. It's Tulay.
Tulay.
Perfect. I am an architect and an architectural historian. I teach at the Cooper Union and Pratt Institute and live in Brooklyn right now. I did teach for a couple semesters at Cal Poly Pomona when I was finishing up my PhD at UCLA. So yeah, I'm a little bit familiar with the culture of the school because of that, and I'm very appreciative also of the pedagogy there.
Great.
So it's a pleasure to be joining this review.
Thank you. Excited to have you. Yeah, I guess it's going to be later in the evening by the time we end for you if you're on East Coast time there. But thank you for your time. Maria.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Well, I actually lived in LA for the past 9 years. I just recently moved to Spain, and I was teaching at USC for those years. I studied in New York, and right now I'm actually teaching at the ETH under the chair of Christian Keretz. So a little bit everywhere, but I'm very, very familiar with Cal Poly. I almost joined forces before I came to Europe. So super excited to be here.
Great. Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, I will say a silver lining of the Zoom reviews is that we have the pleasure of inviting people without thinking about whether or not they can drive out to Cal Poly.
Yeah, it's also nice to, these post-dinner reviews are starting to be a trend here,
Yeah.
It's 9 p.m. here, so.
Well, in Spain, they stay up later, though. I feel like at 11 p.m., everyone's still out on the street. So
right, it's good time, yeah.
Great, thank you. Anda.
Hi, I'm Anda French. I'm a partner. I'm in Boston. I run a practice here called French 2D with my sister Jenny French. I am a visiting faculty member at Princeton, and this is always a weird thing, but I am the incoming president of the Boston Society of Architects, which is the Boston AIA, which is very weird to me for someone who held out for a long time and didn't join the AIA. So sort of an interloper at this point in professional architecture worlds.
Well, congratulations.
I like to give that as like, yes, I understand. We can talk about the technical stuff and we can talk about the dreaming, and we'll do both. That's good.
Perfect. That's what we're looking for, people
Yeah.
who can do both. And hopefully the students will be able to do both as well here. We're going to see 3 of my students, and then myself and my students will move to a different Zoom room, and you'll be joined. Let me make sure I'm getting this right. You're going to be joined by Katrin, and you'll see a couple of her students after that. So I'm the way that we've been running it that's working pretty well is I can share my screen that has the concept board. Let me put the concept board link in the chat just so you guys have it right in a convenient place as well. So the students will moderate as they present, so you'll be sort of automatically moved around and see what boards they want you to look at when. And you can look at the Zoom, or you can look at the concept board in the browser, however you like. But I'll just kind of share my screen the whole time so we don't have to switch back and forth with who's doing what. So we've got Carla up first. I see Carla right there. Let me share my screen, Carla, and then I'll let you take it away.
Okay. All right. Hello, thank you for coming today. My name is Carla Vick, and this project is the Chinatown Hostel. Let me moderate on my other screen. There we go. All right. Over a century ago, the youth hostel was invented in Germany as an inexpensive accommodation for young travelers and a space of cultural exchange and social interaction. As the youth hostel spread throughout Europe and gained popularity around the world, it never quite established itself in the United States, specifically in Los Angeles. Instead, young travelers visiting Los Angeles must search for accommodations in hotels and Airbnbs, which are more expensive and prevent travelers from fully immersing themselves in the city. As the number of young and solo travelers rises, there arises a need for new accommodation types, such as youth hostels. The program of the project is the Youth Hostel in Chinatown for people ages 18 to 30 that brings a new accommodation for travelers, one in which they will be able to immerse themselves into the city and bring a younger generation of people to the neighborhood. In order to promote the cultural exchange and social interaction that typically occurs in hostels, the project seeks to eliminate purely circulatory spaces, specifically corridors, by merging the traditional circulatory spaces with social spaces throughout the hostel. The project is located along College and Hill, 1 block away from the historic Chinatown Plazas off Broadway, north of the site, which provides the opportunity for the visitors to fully immerse themselves into the neighborhood. The proximity of the project to the Metro Gold Line also allows for the visitors to easily explore the rest of Los Angeles, while providing easy transportation to and from the site. The chosen site is currently a parking lot, with a gas station on one side and a parking lot on the other. It is within a C2 zoning, using R4 zoning for residential floors. The lower 2 floors of the building are a mix of completely public spaces for both travelers and local visitors, with dining and recreation spaces. The floors above are a mix of public and private spaces, beginning with dormitories and social spaces at the 3rd floor, a level of amenities at the 4th floor, and the continuation of dormitories and social spaces from the 5th floor to the top of the building. Structurally, the building will be supported by a steel column grid of 22 feet by 22 feet, with a break in the grid to support the south atrium. The primary environmental strategy that was implemented in the project was creating natural daylighting strategies for all the spaces. This was created through the carving of the 3 atria along the east, south, and west facades that were designed to optimize the amount of light entering the project. This narrative drawing here presents the arrival to the Chinatown Hostel, beginning at the Metro Gold Line station 1 block away. Upon descending from the Metro, the travelers arrive in the Blossom Plaza, surrounded by local shops around and the red paper lanterns above. Crossing the street and continuing onto Hill Street, the travelers reach the entry space of the Chinatown Hostel, occupied by other international young travelers. After the check-in, the travelers arrive to their assigned dorm room, where they drop off their luggage in the provided storage below the bunk beds. Then the travelers exit the room, drawn to the groups of other travelers in the various social spaces on their floor. These social spaces begin at the ground level, as seen here in the site plan. At the ground level, there's a small bar and restaurant and plenty of smaller social hangout spaces surrounding the lobby and dining areas. These social spaces continue throughout the hostel, where they merge with traditional circulation spaces to eliminate corridors. To achieve the elimination of corridors, the program was arranged along a series of internal courtyard-like spaces and atria. As shown in the floor plans, the rooms and bathrooms are placed along the edges of the building, such that the negative spaces serve as a type of internal courtyard and public spaces for social interaction. To cater to the needs and preferences of different travelers, a variety of room options are offered, including single rooms with bathrooms, as well as dormitories with 2, 5, or 7 bunk beds, using shared bathrooms located on every floor. In the internal courtyard-like spaces, the types of social spaces vary, from open hangout spaces to open game spaces, movie viewing spaces, and reading nooks. For example, on the 3rd floor, the social spaces revolve around game-oriented spaces, with spaces for ping pong, foosball, and pool. These game spaces are then surrounded by arrangements for other observers and smaller groups to hang out and chill. At the 5th floor, the spaces are of a different nature, with a reading nook provided, a movie viewing space, and a larger hangout and chill space on the other end. In section, the range of spaces provided at each floor is presented, showing the different types of spaces created at each floor. Within the second section, the relationship between the social spaces is shown more clearly, connected to each other by the atria within the building. On the interior, and on the exterior, connected by an egress stair. In this egress stair, it also becomes a social hangout space with a view out to Chinatown and into the South Atrium. These spaces are bright spaces, as shown in this view of the internal courtyard on the 3rd floor here. The internal courtyards become vibrant with the use of a bright blue and white cement tile, colorful contemporary art, and fun furniture options. In the exterior stairs, the hangout becomes the primary program of the space, with circulation and egress as a secondary program. Seen here in the elevations, the building presents itself as 2 separate volumes, accentuated by the changing articulation of the wood screen. The use of wood was chosen to bring more warmth and a more tangible materiality to the hostel, rather than the more cold and sterile option of metal. The lower volume is wrapped in a vertical wood screen that screens the carved voids of the atria from the street. The apertures in this screen were created mostly to provide access to the site by vehicle or by foot. The upper volume is wrapped in a horizontal wood screen, creating a more tangible scale to the residential floors. In this volume, the carved voids are expressed on the facades, enclosed by glass to express the public nature of these voids. The wall section here demonstrates how the vertical screen serves as a guardrail for outdoor spaces. Here, in the transition from the lower volume to the upper volume, the transition from the vertical screen to the atrium is also drawn. The multiple purposes of the wood screen are also shown more specifically in this materials diagram, in which it serves as a rain screen, a guardrail, as well as a shading screen for the windows along all of the levels. In short, the Chinatown Hostel seeks to eliminate purely circulatory spaces, instead creating vertical voids, internal courtyards of social spaces in which young travelers can truly experience a youth hostel in Chinatown. Thank you.
The jurors, you guys can feel free to moderate through if you want to bring us to a certain page or request that I kind of move the screen over there. And one thing I forgot to mention, which you might have seen on the top of the Zoom screen here, is that we're streaming to YouTube at the same time, so that other students from other years or students' families can watch the presentations without being in the Zoom rooms, just so you are all aware of that.
Can I start by asking a question, Carla?
Of course.
What is the problem with the corridor spaces that you're working so hard to eliminate? What's wrong with them?
I see the corridor as being too efficient of a space. Before, as I was doing research on this project, I was reading, I believe it's pronounced Jarzembek, who provided the history of the corridor as it started, deriving from the Spanish word, corredor, as messengers. And, that space was first created in ancient Italy. And, going throughout history, I saw, that it changed from becoming a purely efficient messenger kind of space, used just to deliver messages, to becoming a space of, like a grand academic space, as well as a social street, maintaining these social, rules and like the society, the spectacle. So I preferred, or I saw that a hostel, is really a space of social interaction between the guests. And, as I was looking at the typology of various, existing hostels, I noticed that there was very limited social spaces. And if they were very much, kind of to view the people there. It's very much a spectacle. So I thought it would be a better use of the space if these corridors and hallways were kind of removed, and instead this program of social spaces was brought forward, in which they're not really a spectacle, but it's really creating these spaces that are not efficient, but just providing opportunities for the people to interact.
Okay, then now like this leads me to another question. So how is this, like, especially looking at this image, how is this less of a spectacle than a corridor would give us?
Well, in a corridor, you're going from one place to another. And in this way, I believe because there's so many different programs, like, kind of embedded in this space, so many different uses, that people are going to be occupied with their own kind of activities that they won't really be watching people. Although I think, in this day and age, it's kind of hard to move away from the society of the spectacle, especially with social media. So, either way, there'll always be that hint of spectacle. But, in creating all these programs, I believe that there won't be as much of a focus on watching people, and like really maintaining the rules.
I like the way that you created so-called social spaces instead of hallways. It's always a kind of an attempt for you to create somewhat of entertaining community inside. But the hostels are usually occupied people who are traveling. More or less, they want to see what they are here for. They want to see LA. They want to go around, and there's a little bit of a contradiction to create an environment to keep people inside, where they can do that anywhere in the world, in their home and in their own city. These people are traveling crowds, so I don't know how that works into the scenario of things. And I don't know if it really qualifies taking the spaces. I mean, they're nice, don't get me wrong. But in the same time, it makes the investment is a little bit less attractive because you're not selling as many rooms to people who are visiting the city and who, basically tourists and whoever, people coming here to check out schools or, young people, whatever they do, and looking for a job and etc. So in that aspect, some part of this social spaces can work, especially, meeting other people, etc. So, but I'm not 100% sure if it would make a great investment. It seems like you are combining those like WeWork and hostel together, basically. And I think you should be very clear about that. And my last question is really kind of a more or less technical. Why would you have 4 stories of parking underground and taxing the construction quite a bit by creating that program for something that people don't necessarily have cars. They just come from the train station and check in. And what's the necessity of 4 stories of underground garage?
So I implemented 4 stories of automatic parking because that was required by the code, and we have that obligation to meet the zoning code requirements. So that's why I implemented automatic parking, even though I am aware most people wouldn't have their own transportation. Although in Los Angeles, I believe since, we're such a sprawled city, some people would rent cars. So that also serves that purpose for the visitors who decide to rent their own car.
Okay, I didn't know that side of it, but it looked like an excessive for a hostel to have tons of cars parked underground.
Yes,
So,
a little bit.
but it explains. Thank you for that.
I wonder, since we're right at the section and plan area, I wanted to talk just for a minute, Carla, about I'm really liking the intersection of two sort of strategies. And one is this sort of packing of an envelope with a set of not necessarily normative, but recognizable program pieces, particularly when we look in plan. And then the kind of, I appreciate that you're trying to then take advantage of how you can repack, right? The essentially rectangular, almost square plan to produce different outcomes, to produce different social relationships, to produce a set of maybe different temporal relationships. And what I'm looking at in particular is, I almost want you to get even finer grained with the kind of use of the normative to produce some of the kind of less normative. And it seems silly, but if you zoom into where all of your doors are to each of the different types of units, it immediately starts to make me think about this question of the relationship between the corridor. Why is the corridor this sort of temporal space that we rush through quickly? That why does it feel awkward when you're at a hotel to like be standing in a hallway with someone else fumbling with their key card to try to get into their room? There's this sort of strangeness of that. And then there's this sort of generosity of your plan that produces these sort of eddies, right? These moments where you can have these spaces that are more social. And it immediately makes me think, oh, those doors should all be trying to respect some of those spaces. So some of the spaces should be the moment where I want to see who's coming out of their room. I want that to be the kind of social eddy. And some of them should have no doors on them, right? They're the kind of corner that someone might wander into that has less eyes on it in a way, and less of that spectacle. And it is a small tweak. It's silly, and yet it's something that I think when you start to read the plans, it makes a huge difference, the sort of relationships that you're trying to, that you're after, and that your perspectives are after. And I might push you to even more think about how you can turn on its head a little bit some of those kind of normative relationships that are built into how we share spaces that we're sort of sleeping in or not, sleeping in together with 8 other people versus 2 people. Having spent a lot of time in youth hostels in my youth, it is really interesting to see like who wants to stick around and meet people. I don't know how many of you have met Australian travelers when they're in their 20s, but oh my God, all they want to do is hang out in a youth hostel, right? And they just want to talk to everyone around the world. So I super appreciate that about your program. And I almost want you to push some of the ways that you design those spaces to attract different personality types, right? That might want to be more or less engaged. But I really appreciate the approach.
I think we've all met Australians on a trip at one time or another in our 20s.
Yeah, I would like to piggyback on Anda's comments about the normative, right? I think it's a provocative idea to really look at just the circulation and try to rethink the typology of hostels or hotels, right? I'm wondering, you kept talking about the differences between the plans, and when I am looking at them, I'm not quite sure that your communal spaces work very differently. Frankly, I wish maybe you had bipolarized in the program, and I think you've done that, right? Like using the egress as part of the program. I would really love to see how you design that egress to become something in the program, by kind of like producing those atriums and started to somehow atomize the program and and create all those uncomfortable moments of having to go to the toilet when or having to go through the living room or the living spaces. I wonder if you could be maybe a bit more precise in how the spatial qualities of those spaces, those in between, those thresholds operate. Right now, to me, they seem a bit too even. I don't see differences between the third and the second floor, right? I don't know whether those spaces are going to actually produce different relationships amongst users. And I wonder, I mean, and maybe it's not just a program discussion, maybe, maybe sectionally you could have started to produce something between levels. Maybe the heights are different. Maybe there are spaces that are very narrow. Maybe there are spaces that contradict regulations against them, right? So it's not 120, it's actually 1, right? I know it's not possible, but you could get away with some stuff. That's one of my comments. The second one would be that it feels a bit too introverted. It feels very much looking inside. Those spaces, I really loved your collage, your concept collage with this kind of like idea of expansiveness. That blue collage, I don't know. This one. And when you were talking about gathering spaces and eliminating the corridor, and I was looking at this collage, I could totally imagine that, right? And suddenly you produce all of that towards that inner core that only communicates to the exterior through the atrium. So I would maybe question that a little bit too.
How about the model that you created? It's pretty traditional. People come from different places. They check into here. It's like a hotel. They stay. Did you kind of try to produce something in here? Let's say the exchange economy is becoming more and more prevalent, and would it be possibility in your mind that people come here and they are also kind of utilized or as an opportunity to join to some kind of a workforce? They produce something there as they are staying, because you have the space to set up something like that. Is it something that in your thought vicinity to think about a business model of some sort? Like you come, you stay, you produce some work 3-4 hours a day, and you leave without paying any money, but accept your labor.
Maybe not quite specifically as that. Like for workforce, I mean, related, but not quite that. I was considering, like the single rooms, those could be like long-term kind of stays, for people, because a lot of hostels currently have like a dorm room for long-term stays. So I was thinking, for those travelers who want to stay long-term, or there's actually, I've met people in hostels who live in the hostel long-term. So they use that as like their core and like they'll work there too, but it's not maybe inherently obvious in the hostel setup, but some people use it regardless. So it's kind of a traditional use of the space.
Okay.
That's an interesting idea. I think what Orhan is bringing to the table is interesting, because in my experience, the whole of these types of hostels and youth hostels around Europe, those are actually the meeting points for not only the people in the hotel, right? You meet people that are just residing somewhere else in the city, but so I think there's opportunity maybe to inject some other program or some kind of activity. I mean, it comes to mind. I was at the Fries Felix in the Roosevelt Hotel. I think it was 2 years ago or so, and that was an incredible experience, because an art fair taking over a hotel. Suddenly the corridor became the most social space you could ever imagine. It was incredibly uncomfortable, right? Because some areas were just too narrow and too crowded, and I think that kind of experience of both mixing the spatial conditions and maybe injecting some kind of program that forces for a little bit more of an exchange would have been interesting too.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, I think the comments about, Orhan's original comment about people are coming here to experience the city and then the kind of inward looking nature of the building are maybe kind of related comments, right? Where they're kind of the orientation of the building is maybe not 100% aligned with the program. And I think that's something, Carla was kind of working and reworking and really she spent so much time trying to kind of figure out the logistics of the plan to really get to this point that she was trying to get to. And I think part of it, there's also all these logistics of like, okay, well, every sleeping room needs to touch the edge in order to have an egress window. And so there's these kind of, but I agree with the kind of overall thought, right, of the kind of inward looking versus kind of inward looking architecture versus the outward looking program. Yeah, I mean, I think the work, I think there's other types of activities also that you could inject that are maybe not necessarily work, though that's certainly one option for it.
I really like the way the natural light carried in. It's a very kind of let's call it good strategy or well executed strategy that you put forward. So I appreciate that. That is, you just didn't just create this areas in your floor plan, but you brought life into them. So that's what I like about your project the most. Everything else is basically is like a strategy of developing the building, is manipulating the program, adding things, subtracting things, coming up with a business plan and all that. In architecture school, we normally we design the building but leave everything to everybody else, and like we don't usually have a financing creativity, or how do we set up, where do you get the money, who's going to invest in this, etc. But projects of this nature, those areas can be explored and used as creatively generative ideas also.
Great. Any last comments for Carla? And otherwise we can.
I mean, just one thing, and it's more about the framing of the project than the architectural dimensions of it. When I look at the plans, I would say like the project doesn't like do away with the corridor, but reinvents the corridor in a way.
Mhm.
And I would actually, like, instead of dismissing the corridor, challenge you to say, and that's part of Mark Yarzenbeck's argument too, no? Like, it becomes the social space. Like, it's not this enemy, which is, the way it was seen for so many years. And maybe you could look at the work of Robin Evans as well, Figures, Doors, and Passages, if you haven't. I mean, the two histories are complementary. Robin Evans writes about, the emergence of the corridor as a modern utilitarian, element in architecture. And before the corridor, there are these, you go from one room to the other. So that's immediately when I think of, eliminating the corridor, I think of, in a way, going back to what also, maybe that's also why Anda was bringing up the question of the doors. You go from one door to one space to another, to another, to another. Like, I think of a whole different set of relationships happening between rooms. And here, what to me is even more provocative is actually corridor as this linear space that has doors on both sides becomes reinvented as this kind of, space that goes around, groups of rooms. And then maybe if you were to say that reinventing the corridor, then maybe another dimension could be how do these spaces relate to each other three-dimensionally, like the atria kind of component. Like so, and I'm also quite compelled by the axonometric diagram that you have, the program description, right? Like it's like three-dimensional Tetris, everything kind of coming together around this kind of shared space that's reimagining all sorts of reimagining the relationships between these more, let's say, transient inhabitants of a city or guests in a city. So I very much appreciate that too. Like, and I want to see more kind of three-dimensional, like I want to see a three-dimensional corridor basically, because you've already done it in plan, you know, like you've changed it in plan, and I want to see it taken even further. So yeah.
That's a nice idea. And I think that as a start of that, with kind of the use of the egress stair as a kind of outdoor multi-level corridor-esque space. And I think the idea of almost taking that inside could be really, really interesting. Okay, great. Thank you, Carla.
Thank you.
We're going to move one board to the right here to Nayeli. And Nayeli, whenever you're ready, you can moderate us through your boards.
Okay. Hello, my name is Nayeli Giron, and the title of this project is A Center for the Community, which focuses on the current population of Chinatown, Los Angeles. The project is about community as it provides its neighbors with access to workshops, events, and counseling services. The goal of the project is to provide support for the community rather than gentrifying the neighborhood. The location of the site is a C2-2 zone, total height of 75 feet and no setbacks. It is in the middle of three streets, which are named Broadway, Alpine Street, and New High Street. The location allows the building to have three facades rather than just one, like many of its neighbors do. The building functions as a connector from one street to the other. It furthermore creates paths, or so-called streets, that allow pedestrians to flow through and use the building as if it were intersecting streets. The drawing here illustrates two of the building's interior streets intersecting at the courtyard. To not upscale the neighboring context, the massing of the building was designed in relation to it. For instance, the material was designed to match the existing neighborhood, which is mostly stucco. With the facade mimicking the scale and materiality of the neighborhood, it tries to form a relationship to the current context and allows the community to feel welcomed into the building. The material of the building also includes wooden slats on the usable rooftop areas, which is meant to create a warm and welcoming quality. In order to address food and air quality, the building design was highly influenced by rooftop gardens, thus creating a stepped roof. The rooftop garden would provide a source of healthier air quality to the polluted area of Chinatown. The building is supported by a steel structure that was organized as a grid, following the design for the central courtyard. From the beginning, it was decided to have a central courtyard to bring a source of sunlight. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough light for the spaces that needed it. Therefore, the structural grid accommodates a courtyard to be in the middle of the building. Although the building was designed to follow the grid, it makes subtle shifts away from it, which are mostly seen in the floor plan. So as you see, automated parking was placed underground and access on the ground floor along Broadway. On the ground, the so-called streets located within the building give pedestrians access to market spaces, a lobby, restrooms, and the loading dock. Here's another rendering showing one of the building's interior streets accessed along Broadway. An escalator located on the ground floor leads to more market spaces on the second floor, which is designed as an open plan, allowing vendors to freely organize their stations however preferred. The third floor contains a large event space, a smaller event space, and a lecture space. Whereas the two event spaces are separated by the courtyard, which you can see in this drawing. The fourth floor is divided into workshop spaces and an event space. The fifth floor is divided into different workshop spaces by partition, but still an open plan where one can easily flow from one space to the other. Oh, sorry. And the sixth floor accommodates spaces for counseling, meetings, lectures, and individual workstations. Here's a rendering that showcases the rooftop garden located on the sixth floor, where one can also witness the stepped roof design. So here's the sixth floor. That is mostly office spaces. And then the rooftop, which contains 2 community kitchens and a community garden. And then here's just a perspective view from the rooftop showcasing the community garden, looking onto one of the community kitchens. And then the building was created to address the needs of the community, and it does so by providing a wide range of workshops and events that allow for community growth. The narrative drawing illustrates the building being used with a schedule for each day on the calendar. Some events and workshops address the small local businesses. Others are information for renters and their rights as renters. Workshops may be for all ages depending on the topic. Some may be about either how to plant or how to create a business website. Lectures are also part of that schedule, whereas guests are invited and may address issues such as homelessness, housing insecurity, or even marketing strategies. The axon is the portion of the rooftop gardens and kitchen. The community gardens, as mentioned before, inspired by the roof height variation, allows its users to enter a garden through 3 different floors. Here you see the sections which illustrate access into the garden spaces and the relationship between the stepped roof and sun lighting into the courtyard. The sections were purposely cut where they were to showcase the relationship between the building, the courtyard, and the so-called streets that intersect at the courtyard. The sun diagram furthermore emphasizes the relationship between that roof design and sun lighting during the summer solstice, as well as it illustrates some of the vegetation. The project can be described as a mini city, which is present and experienced through the facade. It mimics a collection of buildings through the setbacks and forms a connection to the neighborhood itself. The elevations of the building illustrate the relationship between the proposed project and a potential neighboring building. It furthermore shows when a portion of the building are set back in relation to the stepped roof design. In some instances, windows are even stepped back much further, allowing space for a patio. Such instance is visible in the wall detail. The wall detail shows the window set back to allow for the patio and a planter for vegetation along the exterior walls of the building. It also illustrates the material being stucco and floors as concrete with a steel structure. A center for the community is heavily focused on the current population. It creates spaces for growth and emphasizes importance over communication and education as it provides lectures, workshops, and events that pertain to either business, gardening, or housing. This building allows people to feel welcomed, and instead of being a separate element forced into the neighborhood, it becomes part of it and relatable to the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Natalie.
So, Nayeli, I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more to this idea of bringing in greenery, or you talked about community gardens, and you call this a building for the community. So I'm just wondering what do you envision when you talk about community? You talked about business, and I'm just trying to figure out who are the users of this building, and how are you imagining that relationship?
So the users of the building is the current population of Chinatown, and the site itself is located by local markets. And so what I had envisioned for this project was a building that served the people there and the local businesses. So it would host information, and as for the garden, the community gardens themselves, they would be for the community itself to come and be able to produce, their own vegetables. And the community kitchens would also host a range of workshops that allow people, whether it's from the local market or people who live in the area, to come and learn how to cook certain recipes, or possibly even use the gardens, to take to their home or local markets.
I think also there's something, the students and Nayeli in particular in the fall, they did, part of the research was about kind of what are the demographics of the area already, in terms of kind of age and income and trade or whatever the kind of metrics were. And I think part of that, most of that research didn't really kind of make it onto the final boards, but I think in your question, maybe that brings it up for Nayeli for her portfolio. She will definitely want to kind of include a lot of that research, because she did do quite a bit of research into sort of who lives there and what are they saying that they actually need in their community, instead of kind of making assumptions about what people might need.
Just maybe continuing on that, and I'll just be open. Like I do have one problem with the project, and that's not necessarily something bad. That's more about me than you, like about my maybe modernist bias, which is when I look at this rendering of the interior of the atrium, that very clean space. Yeah, I love these community garden. This one, yeah, that one. Versus if you go 2 pages down, 2 and 4 pages down, this and 1 more down, 2 more, yeah, this. I can't put these 2 spaces together in a single building. And my gut reaction based on elevations and I really like your elevations, is to get rid of this atrium space. So if you go now 5 pages back up, is there a way to do this? Yeah, or like I'm talking about the rendering, but is there a way to get rid of that and turn the building maybe completely inside out that way, and make the community gardens, community kitchen, like all these kind of different shared spaces? And I also really like that material diagram that you have in the beginning, that, a building that takes the soil in, and makes the shared space, like, and there's no other need for that interior atrium-like space. So I don't know why it's there,
Nayeli, if you were going to answer, I won't know. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I was mostly thinking about it, and yeah, the courtyard itself was a way to bring in light, and I felt that recessing back that portion of the building to create like spaces such as the rooftop gardens, it wouldn't allow for the required space for the program. So I guess the courtyard itself was a simple solution to bring in sunlight to the spaces that needed it.
I'm so glad that
gardens is where the love in the project is.
I'm really happy that Tulay had you go to that moment. That you don't have to go back, but because I think it was the one piece for me that made me start thinking through some of the strategy and exactly that, the love in your project. And I wonder if in your research period of this project, you came upon any of the work of Eric Kleinenberg on social infrastructure. Okay, there's this great, you should read this book. It's called Palaces for the People. And he's essentially arguing for precisely this building that you've designed here. And it's a kind of, and it's quite relevant right now when we are expanding the definition of infrastructure, particularly at the federal level, when we're talking about what it is, right, to cover and to support a population. So I think it's all incredibly relevant. And it makes me start to think about some of the ways in which we have preconceived notions of what public spaces are, what civic spaces are, and what spaces of support are. And I think that I know I am, I'll only speak for myself, I am most reacting to the moments where you're able to bring a kind of humanity and domesticity to those spaces, which we typically would call, which typically are these sort of community public spaces, and yet they don't have that feeling of going to like the main branch library, which feels overly official. It feels like it offers you this sort of social infrastructures, and yet it doesn't offer you a kind of humanity of the way that in which you might interact and occupy those spaces in your own flexible ways. And so at the parts of your project that produce that kind of flexibility and possibility and opportunity are really clear. And I think that those are the important design moments. And then those moments where it's almost like you, in maxing out the FAR, you had to fill these floors, and they started to feel like maybe they were corporate office plans, and that's probably that feeling of that corporate atrium. That's that moment where it's like, if you had another month, those are the spaces where you have to start thinking about how an interior architecture might start to produce similar feelings of flexibility, opportunity, and maybe overlaying the kind of humanity or domesticity of a space into those, because that's a real nugget of a problem, right? Like, LA is amazing. You can be outside that much. I live in Boston. I'm like, how would you do this, but at the interior as well? I think that would be a really beautiful problem. But I really appreciate the kind of spirit behind all of the way that you're working here. But definitely Palaces for the People. You should read it. It's great.
What was the name again? Palace of...
Here, I'll put it in the chat.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
My comments are on the similar sort of a grain. The building promises to be like this farming and community gardens based building, but you look at it, it's a very little evidence of that. You know, your street level drawing, perspective drawing is nothing but that. I mean, it's everything else but that. It's like this concrete thing. You go in, there's not even a patch of greenery anywhere around that, and so there's a really a big contradiction to what you set out to achieve. You know, that if I were to visualize this building based on your purpose, I would see like less walls, less exterior walls, and a lot of the interior spaces are exposed and very porous kind of a thing, that every floor has some kind of an agricultural activity of some sort. And, you know, the carrying that what you are showing on the roof on other floors. And so it's like a jungle gym kind of a building I would expect to see. One thing is consistent as your walls are, this sort of like a decorative hanging plants that, you know, they never lost their energy from the first moment to all the way to the end on your project. So I don't know what they are really doing either. Giving your project is like some kind of a office building that city asked them to add some greenery. So, you know, you added those. They're not doing any good for you, really. But the premise of your building is excellent. I mean, what could be better for a community to go to a building, design for it, and grow their thing, experiment, you know, like grow bugs and things like that. It's a wonderful educational thing. That the kids can learn a lot from that kind of an activity. And also, you know, byproduct would be, you know, peppers and tomatoes. You know, sorry, I'm Mediterranean. That's all I see when you say, you know, urban agriculture. So there is that kind of a contradiction about the image and the program.
Okay.
So that needs to be resolved. I don't know how you do it. If I was doing it, I would take a lot of the walls out and make this thing like a factory of community gardens kind of thing, and less of office spaces and conference rooms and all that. So the project has that kind of a potential to it. But as of now, it's somewhat is a hybridization of office building, and as it was mentioned by Anda and all the jury, Maria and Tulay, and there's that like kind of a place that the project wants to get out of it but can't. You kind of like locked it in. So I hope if you do any kind of a work on this, maybe you could just bring some of the comments in and open up this building a little bit more, and sort of try to beat up that corporate imagery that building right now depicts.
Yeah, maybe another way to frame the project that could maybe help you would be to reverse the thinking, right? And think, how do you inhabit a garden? And how do you start this project from the community garden, right? Because I feel like you started from the office building, and then you were caught in the trap of having to hang plants and have that atrium, and suddenly you're kind of, it's backfiring, and we keep seeing an office building and also a corporate one, because it's fetishized with the plantings on the outside, right? And instead, I wish I was looking at a community garden, because again, as all of us, I think, agree on, I think the relevance of looking at the typology of the community garden that has been so successful in places like New York, in building community and bringing that to LA, and not only to LA, but in Chinatown. I think it's actually quite brilliant the way you're framing it, but the typology of the building just doesn't react to that. I for a minute, this rendering we're looking at brought to mind Emilio Bass. I don't know if you're familiar with his work, but he has this building in Fukuoka, massive building. It's, I don't know, 20 times this building, but it's an escalonated building, and it was built as a garden. It's green. It's, the whole building is green, and it also has an atrium at the entrance, and it's an office corporate building, and the notion of the garden came about because they were getting rid of, I don't know, like 2 hectares of garden there, and so he replanted them in the office space, and then suddenly that changed completely how the office was understood, but it departed from the garden, right? So I would challenge you to think, hey, how do I inhabit the garden? How in a city like LA with the environmental conditions we have? And maybe my question from the beginning, who is this building for? I think it's also a very relevant program and building your setting, because we also have, and I know this might be a little tricky, but we have a vast homeless population very close to this area. And I think it would be super interesting to start to maybe think about how to reactivate the ground floor, that garden, I don't know, in something that maybe engages the community at large. Yeah. But, I mean, it's a necessary.
Sorry. The way of depicting, urban garden is, I'm seeing this over and over, is like series of planters, more concrete than plants. Mm-hmm. And I would, re-examine it. I visited an office, landscape architect's office in Rotterdam. It's called Zeus. And she had entire top of the floor. It was like a cornfield, there were no like planters and this and that. It was, the whole thing was dirt. It is almost like a Walter de Maria's, the Earth Room. It's, you have to be kind of get into that, get out of this, manicured, planterized, stuff. Just imagine of an open field of corns or the agricultural plants, utilize more of that, if you want to really kind of grow vegetables and have it to help your daily food consumption. This one is a hobby. The other one is really working model of growing your own food. Mm-hmm. So, there's a difference. And I think, you can bring this project to that level. There's still time. There's some really nice notions on your plans, like the second floor plan. You have separated pieces, and not this one, go up another one maybe. That one, yeah, like the plan on the right is some really nice qualities about it. You kind of able to pull out certain functions, and that if you were to use that as a clue, your other plans would be much more exciting and useful for your purposes.
And I'm sorry, do we have enough time if I add one more comment? I don't want to.
Yeah, okay. we have a few more. We have until 1:15.
Okay. Orhan, I like that you brought us to this page, because it was reminding me too that some of the articulation here, there's like a little bit of DNA of the Liang LGBT Center there in LA. Did you look at that at all by any chance? No. Okay. It almost, and we're having these aesthetic conversations about, the sort of like LA and the sort of corporate versus and I'm thinking, and I almost want to ask the jury, that those of you that are in LA, right, what the reception of that building has been, because sort of from an East Coast standpoint, like from where we're talking about it, it seems like it fits well. I'll put it into the chat, but it sort of fits into a certain like corporate typology, but then starts to switch it and turn it on its head at certain moments in order to produce the community spaces. And I wonder if that reading is maybe like is lost in translation, or if in fact this is a kind of conversation within sort of LA architecture world that would be an interesting one. I'll put it in the chat.
And I love the provocation, and I wish we could talk about this for the next. I don't know. I think personally, I haven't quite seen it working in the ways you're kind of bringing up, but definitely I can see why you're bringing up that reference to this plan. And I was also wondering, Nayeli, what does the curvature mean in your plan, right? And how is that? I mean, again, I get really kind of I don't know, like obsessed with, if it's a garden, if we need the south, and if we need to plant, and if typologically those slabs, those floors are going to be really deep because you need to plant and you need ground, and what the language, the tectonic and the architectural language somehow starts to kind of like have its own character, right, in the building. And you seem to have somehow pushed for the curve. And I can see how it works in terms of the circulation, but I'm not quite sure how it works towards the bigger.
Yeah, to answer your question about the curve, the property line has that curve. So in order to kind of, instead of just having that one corner have the curve, I tried to integrate it at least with the interior streets. The curve was also integrated to kind of have the people flow into the space, to flow into those entrances and into the courtyard.
I just want to add one minor thing. If you were to take like maybe not for your portfolio now, but for the future, if you were to take it further, I would recommend also checking out like what type of plants, if this is some kind of urban agriculture. Like there's a super interesting book about New York Chinatown. It's called Farm to Chinatown. It traces all the kind of produce coming into Chinatown, you know, and where do they come from? And that, you know, there's actually a very kind of global economy in the background of what we perceive as a very specific place in New York. And I can't remember right now Los Angeles Chinatown, and I can't remember if there are like grocery stores, or, you know, I remember the restaurants, but I can't remember the grocery stores. For instance, I can't remember the produce stores. So if you were to take it like to the next step, also, I really appreciate this idea of, okay, I'm going to design a building, but the premise of the building is a community garden. Like I'm going to design a building like a community garden, which is, you know, very provocative. Then, you know, what do you grow in that community garden? And will give a lot of specificity actually to the building and the spaces that you have in there.
Yeah, that's a really nice idea. Yeah, I think, you know, I think there's always I think Nayeli had this idea of a community garden sort of on the roof of the project from the very beginning. And that was really the part that I think she was really excited about, and you can tell in the project because that's the part that we're most excited about. And I think, you know, all the comments are totally on point. I think, you know, I'll take some of the flack for kind of, you know, also making it be kind of maybe more of a normative building for in a certain sense than it needed to be, because, you know, we're kind of like, okay, everyone has to meet these sort of benchmarks. But I definitely agree. And I think, you know, I don't want to speak for Nayeli, but I think she would probably agree too, right? Like if that part of the project, and I think she was trying to bring that into the elevations and things, but if that part of the project could get deeper and deeper into it, where it kind of takes over the whole project, that would really be kind of
No, yeah, I completely agree with, you know, all of the points brought up. Yeah, part of the reason, you know, maybe as you guys say, the community garden wasn't heavily emphasized was because I was also heavily influenced on what programs should be put into for the community itself. But yeah, I will definitely take all your comments into consideration. I think this is, you know, it was very helpful, and it made me really understand my project even more, even though, like, you know, I myself worked on it. It made me understand, you know, what can be done to make it better.
great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nayeli.
Thank you guys all so much.
We have one more in this group just to the right, Crystal.
Hello.
Hi, Crystal, take it away when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Crystal O'Malley. This project is a LiveWork corporate office serving as an addition to historic Café Bank in Chinatown, Los Angeles. Café Bank was founded in the 1960s to serve the minority community in downtown LA. At the time, minorities were discriminated against when applying for bank loans, especially small business loans. Café Bank served as a catalyst for many minority-owned small businesses. For this reason, Café Bank is important to the Chinatown community. Since its founding in the 1960s, Café Bank has grown to be an international bank, and with its growth, it was forced to expand its corporate functions to a separate building, presently in the city of El Monte. This project seeks to reconnect its corporate functions to its historic roots by returning their corporate offices to Chinatown. The proposed building would be located adjacent to and bridging above the historic Café Bank building. The site is a 5-minute walk from Chinatown Plaza and the nearest metro stop. Designing a corporate office in the midst of the pandemic gave the opportunity to question what our experiences in the pandemic meant for the future of the office building. Prior to the pandemic, we had already observed a move away from the traditional office towards the creative office, but now we have moved away from the office entirely by working from home. This raised the question of how to programmatically reconcile work from home and combining it with a corporate office function, which is not traditionally a live-work building. This question became, how can we take the things we enjoy while working from home, like no commute, taking breaks, eating lunch at home, and combine them with the benefits of the physical office, like increased productivity and worker collaboration. To do this, I looked at the single-family subdivision and its relationship to the typical office building, where each building is assigned a lot within a subdivision. Taking this model, I applied it to a vertical tower. I approached the massing by creating a three-dimensional grid and assigning three-dimensional lots to each residence. And instead of blocking off the offices into one larger lot, I broke up the departments that make up the corporate office into smaller lots for each department. By doing this, I can also retain one of the benefits of working from home, which is keeping all the amenities of home within a few steps. The program consists of a commuter office space with a residential tower and their offices above, as well as an amenities level on the roof level. The base of the commuter office space allows me the opportunity to reconcile the context of Chinatown and its traditionally lower levels, which is not consistent with the code requirements that it currently allows, with no current height and an FAR of 6. This gap also allows us opportunity for a green space, which can be enjoyed by both the residents and the office employees. Looking at the site, you see the lots adjacent are unbuilt parking lots that could presumably have buildings located on them in the future. The street access is to the north on Alpine or to the east on Broadway. The ground floor contains a drop-off zone, a parking entrance, automated parking entrance, a bike storage, a private residential lobby, and a public office lobby, as well as a cafe, a small convenience store, and a courtyard space that would be open to the public. This courtyard would allow visitors and walking tours interested in the history of Cathay's Bank space away from the street to pause and appreciate the historic building, while also allowing locals a space to meet and enjoy coffee. The office lobby has two main entry points, both monitored by a reception desk. One entrance point connects to Alpine Street, and the other entrance connects to an existing entrance of historic Cathay Bank, which continues to serve as a branch of Cathay Bank. The upper levels of this building can be separated into two typical levels, the residential levels and the resident office levels. There are 3 levels of resident offices, seen here in blue. They are always located on the north side of the project to protect against the direct sunlight, which can cause glare and make it difficult to work on a computer screen. This also allows them a nice view over Chinatown Plaza and LA State Historic Park. The offices are located every 3 floors in order to maintain work from home proximity, only ever being 1 level away from their residence. While some residential units would share part of the office level, utilizing the 2-story residential unit, there are no residential entrances on the same level as the offices. This is to allow a clear separation between the office functions and the residents. One of the other elements that became integral early on was the need for open space for 2 reasons. Chinatown has a green space deficit, and over the last year, we've all learned to appreciate outdoor space as a healthy place to gather in groups. This led me to create many pockets of space for people to gather, both on the office levels to serve as alternate conference rooms, and on the residential levels to serve as social space. Here in the floor plan, you can see those social spaces on the residential levels. So this also led me to incorporating private outdoor space for each individual unit. Referring back to the single family home model, I thought of these private spaces as the resident's backyard, while the shared spaces as their shared front yard. Privacy between the residents and the office functions were early concerns. To mitigate this, there are 2 vertical circulation cores. One, which would primarily serve the office functions. It is on the north side, adjacent to the tower residence offices, and lands on the lobby on the ground floor. The second core would primarily serve the residential functions and lands in a separate lobby, which also contains the mailroom for the residents and is private just for the residents. The steel structure is on a 15 by 15 foot grid, and the interior spaces were designed on a module that fits within the structural grid. Since each resident would ideally be living here as an employee for a long time, their space needs over time will inevitably change. Whether it's due to having children or having a parent move in with them, additional bedrooms may become more important than outdoor space. In order to accommodate the residents' changing needs, each of the unit types would have a base design that provides 1 or 2 bedrooms while allowing the opportunity to expand in case of household growth. Here you see 2 variations of the loft unit typology with 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms. Looking at the interior view of the loft model, here you can see the double height space on both the outdoor space and the living space. Each of these could be built in to provide additional bedrooms on the upper level. The structure is also designed with a thick floor plate, which allows maximum access to modify the MEP. Here are 2 variations of the bar unit type, where you can see the outdoor space can be turned into an additional bedroom. The pre-designed spaces allow for the growth needed to maintain resident comfort, while also maintaining a level of design consistency within the building. As I mentioned before, the sites adjacent to this proposal are unbuilt parking lots, which have the potential to be built in the future. This currently allows a lot of direct sunlight, which called for a control mechanism. To do this, I looked at the case study of 8 Octavia, where Stanley Satowitz implemented an anodized aluminum louvers that can be controlled by each user. I also included these louvers in other parts of the project. Considering its height, these louvers provide some level of wind control for the outdoor spaces. For the overall massing, the courtyard typology was implemented to aid natural ventilation. All of the units were designed to open on both the interior and the exterior of the courtyard, allowing ventilation through the units and the courtyard. Considering this is a north-facing site, this has the added benefit of allowing natural light, especially for the north-facing residents. I also added, also because of the green space level in between the tower and the office, this allows light into the lower levels. In conclusion, this project attempts to reconcile the work-from-home model with the corporate office in a post-pandemic environment. This is done by maintaining the work-from-home benefit of a short commute, comfortable workspace, and being able to go home for lunch or breaks, while also engaging the benefit of the physical office, like employee collaboration, increased productivity in the office, all while providing generous amounts of outdoor space with varying levels of privacy to allow gathering and meeting in a pandemic-friendly way. Thank you.
Really nice, full of ideas, and the expansion of the units and the mixture of the program, the business and the residential, and the green spaces and the transference of natural light. You did a lot of good decisions on this project. I should say from the very beginning, it's a little bit like Araveno's elemental project in a high rise, you know, for the residential sort of modifications allowed in. So I thought that you really explored a lot of things, starting with the program to all the way to building format.
Thank you.
Yeah. We'll get into details a little later, I guess. But good job, Crystal. I enjoyed the presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, Crystal, I agree. I'm very compelled by the idea of working, living, but I think it's very compelling the way you have physicalized that, right? So I think the use of the grid is smart as a point of departure. What's the dimension of your grid?
The grid's 15 by 15.
15 by 15. I mean, because I think that kind of opens up a discussion about what's, you know, how can you exchange or, you know, interchangeably use a grid that's gonna serve office functions and then living functions, right? And maybe, you know, I would wonder, you know, you've probably done quite a bit of research on this. but it would be interesting to see whether that's actually a dimension that serves as best. I wonder, I think your plans are very, very smart and quite elegant in how they allow for those open spaces to start to kind of produce cross views between the program of the housing and the program of the office space. It reminds me a little bit of it's a very modernist building, right? And agenda. Like it reminds me a little bit of those early 30s buildings in Amsterdam by Dijkers, this Dutch architect that produced a series of schools with open air spaces. This kind of like crazy ambition to have kids in Amsterdam receive classes in the outdoors, right? So, and if you look at those schools, the grid of the school is very important, because the way you have resolved the grid with your stair starts to question a little bit, to me, the dimension of the grid. Like some spaces seem to work very well for the grid, some of them don't quite work that well, and then you kind of have to start to produce walls within the grid. And so I think that's where the project is, to me, right? And that would definitely question also the kind of centrality of the project. I think you could have maybe started to produce a little bit more of what you produce with the housing unit, with that exterior garden that you produce towards the facade. I think those could have been maybe a bit more generous, and somehow start to kind of produce more of a layout in each of the plans, right? But I do really like the point of departure. I think the idea and the ambition of the project is very interesting.
I like it. I mean, I also do like the program, the research that went into it, the Cathay Bank being, the bank that gives credits to small businesses. And I have two that I like. And then, having the Cathay Bank building, or wrapping your building around the bank, like that's what you're doing, right?
Yes, I am.
Yes. So one thing I know you have an answer for this, but I still wish this whole wrapping around it, that your relation to that building, I think, is very like it's the origin of your project, but your relation to it is actually very clean, hands off, respectful, but in a way that like in a way that doesn't really engage with the building, it seems to me. So that's one part where I would like that engagement to be super, there, it's right next to you. You're doing something, you're inspired by this building, and you're just, right next to it. And I know you have an answer for this, but like I would like you to see wrap around it, like go inside it, connect to it, attach, or at least explain architecturally why you choose this kind of very clean relationship with that building. That's the origin of your project. So that's one. And the other thing I have, again, like this kind of a bigger existential question type. So I want to know what would be the equivalent of a small, or what would be the, spatial model of a small business post pandemic, post COVID. Is it like working from home for a corporation, a big corporation, or like is it like a startup space? Like I don't know. Like I would like to hear like what's the equivalent of this, the small business that Cathay Bank supported, that then, you know, that was vital to the economy of this place that you're talking about. So, and is there anything that's specific to that, that, you know, today's small businesses that can get into the project? Like otherwise, like I also agree with Harold, it's a very accomplished project.
Thank you. I guess regarding your first question, being a little standoffish of the historic building, one of the bits of advice I was given early on was that if I couldn't actually find the physical floor plans of Cathay's Bank, that I would have a very hard time defending any kind of intervention. I don't know what the actual interior of the bank looks like, and there's a fair amount of private space, so I could only do so much of my own measuring on the site. So I chose to be standoffish so that I wasn't interfering in a structural system that I didn't know, or a building floor plan that I didn't know what was going on specifically.
And you also had other versions that were like more wrapping or more kind of closely, right? You had a lot of iterations of that also.
Yeah, it's definitely something I wanted to do and I considered early on, but because I never was able to find those floor plans, I ended up leaning this way.
You should talk to Michael Wu, who used to be the head of ENV, Cal Poly Pomona. His father started Cathay Bank.
Wow.
Know him? Do you know him? Michael Wu?
I do know him. I didn't learn that until about a month ago, and I was a little too far in at that point.
He's a very approachable guy, so that's kind of, it's an anecdote. So go on. Sorry.
Want to answer the second one also, or no? The second question about the small business, like contemporary version, because like it's okay if you don't want to answer that.
Sorry. I guess one of the concerns we were looking at early on and doing our research of Chinatown was that there is a lot of gentrification in the area. So I guess ideally it would be a way to revitalize the businesses that are being gentrified, and you know, the residents who've been living here for their entire lives are being forced out through rent rising and incoming people. So that was kind of my initial hope. Actually, one of my earlier iterations actually had a market hall space on the ground floor, and it was kind of my hope that that would serve some of those small businesses that are being kicked out of their current spaces. They could move into these spaces.
I was going to pick up on that, the kind of interdependence between the residential and the business spaces, and maybe also tie it a little bit to what Tulay is saying about the kind of maybe the overly clean, I like this word clean, relationship between the Cafe Bank and your new building, and totally understanding now that the complication around that. But I think it is a good springboard for thinking about the kind of, when you produce a project that is it's so rigorously produced, it's really beautifully produced, by the way, also the drawings are really gorgeous. And you use a kind of grid that produces and is able to help you reproduce relationships over and over again and then find difference within them. I think there is always this moment where you want to take a step back and then insert the kind of messiness of life into the flexibility of what you're offering, and actually question a little bit of the grid through the occupation of that grid. And so I wonder if there are these moments of talking about, you said very clearly that you wanted to keep a residential floor and a business floor separate. And I am imagining, because I am a small business owner and I have a family, I have all these things, that these pieces are actually much more interlocked. And I understand there's a kind of relationship. Yeah, wait. So that's the typical, so that's where the two like cut off from each other, right?
Yeah.
I go from one to the other.
Yeah, so the offices would be only the offices would be accessible from this level, and then you would have to either take a stairwell or an elevator down to a separate level in order to enter any residence.
Okay, so I wonder if a moment like that is a moment to start to question some of the assumptions that one makes about the sort of programmatic separation, right? The separation between the residents and the living and the working. And there are moments where from floor to floor, you could actually use a project like this to experiment with different ingredients, different levels of mixing and different ways that the flexibility might produce one or the other. And I only bring that up because there's a kind of, your project is so ready and is in many ways almost redundant in a good way, like redundant in a way that it can produce and start different narratives of living and working and reproduce them, and that these things can grow and shrink. And I really appreciate the kind of flexibility that you've built into that. And I wonder if sometimes drawing the drawing that gets messy and breaks out of the grid could be a way to kind of think through that. And I would look at something like, do you know James Wine's high rise of 4 homes? Hold on, I'll put it into the link. I'll put it up in a minute, because there is something kind of, you know, and it's a totally speculative, almost like, you know, provocative project, which basically takes suburban homes and stacks them up on floors, right, in the sort of column grid. And it's similar in this sort of way. And I wonder the spirit of it, though, that pushes back a little bit on the kind of particularities of place and space and domesticity, and then the kind of regularity of the sort of corporate office building, that there you could tug a little bit more on each of those ends as you move forward in your kind of work, and start to let that play out a little bit even on the project's exterior in a way that starts to support so much of what you are getting at here, which I think is really rich. And it makes the architectural object a little, like, you almost want it to be less stable. Your architectural object is so well solved that it starts to say that this project is already a sort of utopian notion, and yet it will be a project that will play out and will tug, and there'll be tug of war in it, and all of these things will happen. And I think it is nice to allow for the project to kind of, or allow for your own thinking about the project, and when we think about any project, to imagine different lives that can come out of it, the different possibilities. And that would be my only, it's not even a criticism, it's just like an encouragement as you move on in your career to think through the kind of what you can solve and then what you can offer as opportunity. And a little messiness might be the opportunity in your project. It's really beautiful. I'll put that in there.
Yeah, I really like Anders' comments about messy, but maybe, you know, just to insist just a little bit more on the grid part of the building. I think, you know, maybe once we master that grid, maybe you know, the messy kind of kicks in really easily. And I want to send a counter reference to Anders. You know, there's this house project by Mies van der Rohe. It's a core house, and it's kind of a project on essential dwelling, and he produces a series of dimensional grids that work with different types of dwellings, and I think he uses a 6x6 grid. So I would actually question your 15x15. You know, I don't think it works, frankly. You know, it's so great because you got here, and now it would be super fun for you to just like overlap, you know, another grid and start to kind of rework the building with an alternative grid. Sorry to insist.
Why is it 15 and not 16?
I went through a lot of different iterations of the grid. I landed on 15. I initially was going for 30, a larger structural grid, because it lines up with every other column of Cathay Bank. And so I went with 15 so I could still have that kind of structural alignment. But.
Great. The 16 is more modular in imperial system, right? 8, 16, 32, 64, and so on. That's why I was asking, raising the question of modularity of this grid. So this way, you know, you have to cut some steel. Every piece you're gonna probably order, and then you have to cut them in a fabricator's factory. One of those things, okay? I don't want to harp on it too much.
something that I would definitely moving forward look into. I definitely, those designing the spaces, it felt a little
Or just
awkward.
ignore it for now. You're gonna deal with it when you get your job.
Great. We've got about 6 minutes before we will move to our next room. But if you guys have last comments for Crystal or kind of any closing comments for the kind of 3 projects that we looked at as a group.
I would also like to maybe touch on something that I might have missed. I don't know if you talked about this or not, but there's also an opportunity in terms of the program of the building, because by merging this work life, maybe, I don't know if you explored ways in which you could maybe outsource some of the program from the house to the office or vice versa, which, I've worked Lyft in LA, and my kitchen was my professional partner's kitchen. So it's interesting how suddenly your living room becomes something else and your kitchen becomes, and I wonder if those kind of opportunities could have presented themselves here. I mean, you could look at recent research projects like kitchenless, right? And like starting to think about what's a home without a kitchen, and what happens if the kitchen is part of the office, and then it's a community that kind of creates the kitchen around. So just wondering, there's that kind of other discussion that we didn't really touch on, but.
Yeah, I guess just to respond to that, it's something I did kind of explore, and I really did struggle with whether to make this like a very separate space or a very interconnected space between the offices and the residents. And some of the earlier feedback I got was a concern over how controlling an office could become. And so I really wanted to address that by providing that privacy between the office and the resident space, not separate.
So you advocate for complete separation? Is that what I'm hearing, or that's what you mean by privacy?
Yeah, I think so, because well, one of the kind of controlling factors in this would be that the building would be owned by Cathay Bank, and so just by that, as a resident, you kind of lose control. And like, you're working for them, you're renting from them, and so there's a lot of elements.
It's kind of dystopian what you're proposing. It reminds me a little bit of the some idea of like almost a panopticon. That courtyard becomes this kind of crossed eye. That's the control between. I don't know. It's interesting, but yeah.
Yeah, so that the trying to provide that private space was kind of trying to move away from that dystopian model. And also on the section that you see here, I placed louvers in between the office and the courtyard to kind of provide a visual separation between the courtyard, so that it's trying to break up that dystopian feel.
If I walk out from this project thinking one issue that brought up that I would remember was Tulai's point about the existing building, historified and preservation issues and all that. I think, as it was discussed briefly, it's a really interesting subject, and that is applicable to many other architectural projects going around the cities. That what do we preserve? How do we preserve? Can we violate some of those like mid-level historical buildings? Some historical buildings are so historical we cannot even touch it. But there is like a Cathay Bank and similar sort of this 60s on 70s modernistic buildings. How can we still preserve them in their historical credentials, but still do things to them? I think is a super interesting sort of a question that is going to become more and more important in the coming years, because we have a lot of buildings stock that we don't even know the historical, true historical value of them yet. You know, we keep discovering it. I think if any place this project can go, it can investigate further about that aspect of the relationship between the two.
Yeah. Well, and I think what's also interesting is that Crystal was not only looking at the maybe historic value of the kind of physical building itself, but also the kind of programmatic history, which I think is another interesting way of thinking about preservation and kind of what's worth preserving.
Yeah, that's a big question.
Yeah.
Like the guy built this famous, I mean, owner of Lautner House that everybody kind of falls off their chair when they see it. And in order to, build a couple of tennis courts, he destroyed a more wood frame building Lautner also designed. So like it's a conundrum, Do you love Lautner or you hate him? What do? You like tennis more? Yeah. So it goes up, but that's a really pungent area that is going to become more and more important in future architectural projects because of the remaining building stock. And especially in LA, it's, the empty lots are getting scarcer. It's such a sprawl city, and it's hard to find lots now. If we include parking lots as like a part of that, mafia is not going to give up.
Yeah, in our studio, there's a couple of historic preservation things, because actually, we weren't really allowed to. I mean, I made this rule, but students were not really allowed to kind of knock anything down in this studios. So for the most part, students are building on places that are existing buildings that they're retaining, or they're building on a space that is a parking lot, because there are quite a few of those still in the neighborhood. Okay, great. I think those were all incredibly useful and insightful comments from our jurors. So thank you guys so much for all of your input for those 3 students. I'm going to put a link for my students of the room that we're moving into. And you guys are going to stick around here, and I think Katrin should be showing up in one moment. And you get to see a couple more projects in a slightly different neighborhood and slightly different types of programs. But thank you guys so much from all corners of the world here. Really, really appreciate your time and energy.
Congratulations for being done. Great work.
Great, and I'm going to copy some of these links out of here for the students before we go, so they can look at them later. Perfect. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy Katrin's reviews.
Thank you.
Hi, it's nice to see you. I feel like we met like a decade ago. Like time is just, I don't know what's happened to time.
It's a decade, really. No?
Yeah.
Maybe 8 years? I don't know.
It's amazing.
You're in Boston?
I am. I'm in Boston. Yep. I left Syracuse 7 years ago. That's how. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking in decades now. I don't know. Yeah.
Where
I left. Oh my God, it's crazy house now. I left the year before going up for tenure because I was like, I can't actually commit to living in upstate New York for the rest of my life. So.
I didn't know that. I had no idea.
Yep. I grew up in Boston and my sister's here. We run a practice together, so it made more sense. I overheard you saying you're in New York, but LA is still has your heart a little bit.
Yeah, we miss a lot. So, like, I mean, being closer to Europe and Turkey from New York is really those 6 hours make a difference.
Yeah, definitely. One less plane to get on. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's the one thing. I would definitely miss it.
Yeah.
Miss the culture and miss friends, miss faces, everything. Yeah. Yeah. Where in Boston are you?
I'm in Charlestown, which is a great downtown. Yeah. It's an interesting. It's interesting to be back. I literally moved to like 4 blocks from where I grew up, which is crazy. Yeah. It's a funny place. Yeah. This is mostly making me want to go back to LA though. I had a trip planned. Literally, it was 10 days after lockdown started. I was like, we were all excited. We had a whole project in LA, and there was just nope. So it's been a long time.
I'm trying to move to Albuquerque.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's in Albuquerque?
I've been in LA for 45 years. It's just kind of I live the city pretty well, and now it's like owning the latest computer and using it only for email. It's my life in LA. So I found this condominium by Anthony Predak design in Albuquerque, trying to get a place there, and I don't know. LA is it's a great city. I love LA, and I've written about it quite a bit. But I went to architecture school here when SciArc first started. It's just kind of I'm growing out of it right now. So it's a good city to sort of feel the open spaces in a way, but that's becoming like closing in on you now. COVID showed us very well what that is.
What would LA do without you?
I'm already like getting into a mood of Albuquerque. I already know what would I write about Albuquerque. Well, it has great public parks. It's like this small parks and spread out throughout the city, and they have like this interesting topographies in a flat city in a way. And I don't know. It's like I'm at a level wherever. I'll make the most out of it. But LA is kind of I've seen a lot of it. Change is coming, and I'm excited about it, maybe.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Orhan. How are you?
Hi, Katrin. How are you doing?
Good to see you.
Katrin Terstegen. I always want to impress you just saying the last name.
That's right. And Orhan Ayutse, I don't even know whether I pronounce it properly. Do I?
You do. Ayutse. Yeah.
Ayutse.
It's
okay.
Close enough.
Ayutse. Okay. Good to see you. Hi, Anda. Good to see you.
Hi. Good to see you.
And hi, Maria.
Hey, Katrin.
You make it very easy for us to know where you are.
It's nice to see. Yeah. I decided to keep it there so that it's clear in every review.
I think in the Zoom world, we all need something like that, right? But we are always trying to guess by the light conditions, right? We have like jurors. Yesterday we had 4 jurors from like 4 different time zones: 7 a.m. in New Zealand, 12 p.m. in Los Angeles, 3 p.m. in East Coast, and then like 9 p.m. in Europe. Like what was missing was sort of like India or something like that. But it was really exciting, and everybody had like different light conditions. But hi, Tulay. Hi, very nice to meet you.
You too.
Tulay, where are you located?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn,
Brooklyn,
okay.
New York. Yeah.
Brooklyn, okay, East Coast, okay. So we have, Anda, you're probably also on the East Coast, right?
Yep, in Boston. Yep.
Boston, New York, Orhan, you must be in Los Angeles. No, well, you never know, actually. You were, when I entered the room, you were just talking about Los Angeles and how beautiful it is, so.
It is, isn't it?
Yes, it's fine. And then Spain, okay, Madrid, muy bien. Fantastic. So I think we are we can like just get started. Basically, we just introducing our section, and then I'm actually going to reintroduce you to the students, even though there has already been an introduction, but why not twice? First of all, to our studio. As you know, every section has a particular program focus and site focus. So in my section, the focus were cultural buildings, public civic buildings, and the location is the Toy District in Los Angeles. I think you're all sort of familiar with LA, but the Toy District is in downtown Los Angeles, just south of Little Tokyo. And it has a sort of interesting hybrid personality. On one hand, during the day, it's like wholesale of toys and very busy, very mercantile atmosphere with like warehouses. But at the same time, there's a large homeless population. And then what's interesting about the Toy District is that it has a very small scale feel to it. It's almost like a different city pasted into downtown Los Angeles, consisting of a few blocks and like a main street. And then it has this big network of back alleys called callejones. And inside these callejones are a lot of vendors who sell like party equipment and tacos and stuff like this. And suddenly it becomes really dense and lively. So it seems like three different worlds converging. And the way that we looked at the Toy District was, on one hand, some of the projects kind of consider the current fact that there's homelessness and kind of incorporate services for the homeless into their project. But we also said we can also look into the future and see, like, we're going to take an optimistic approach and see that we find better solutions for homelessness in the future. And this district will develop into something that, you know, that could just be a regular part of downtown Los Angeles. And we look at this as something that will develop in the future in terms of buildings. So we're kind of anticipating that those like low slung warehouses will sooner or later probably go and the area will densify. And we sort of anticipate that the buildings there will have around 5 stories or something like this. So in some projects, you will see sort of like the kind of projected future of this area in perhaps 10 years or something like this. Yeah, and you probably already know the projects are between 60 and 80,000 square foot gross, and the students all develop their own project, their own program, their own, they selected their own site within the Toy District, and they also kind of like develop their own position, architectural position. So the projects are all very diverse and different and very interesting. Yeah, and now I'm going to actually introduce you now to the more exciting part, actually. So Maria Esnaola joining us from Madrid in Spain. But she is a longtime Los Angeles resident, now relocated to Europe, and she is faculty at the ETH in Zurich, in Switzerland. She's partner at Nidnot Architecture, based in Madrid right now, and formerly also taught in many other schools, including USC. Anda French is the principal of French 2D. The other two part is her sister Jenny, and located in Boston, and you are a lecturer at Princeton at the moment, right? Yeah, okay, perfect. So joining us from the East Coast. And then Orhan Ayuce. everybody knows Orhan, so introduction not really required, but I'll do it anyway. So Orhan is an architect and a writer for Archinect and other publications. He's also a professor at ELAC, East LA, and he's always sending us like the best students to Cal Poly Pomona and taught at other locations also. So thank you for joining. And then Tulay Atak is a professor at Cooper Union. Currently, she's joining us from Brooklyn, and she's an architect and an architecture historian. So thank you, everybody, for joining. And do you have any questions before we start? Then I would say let me just check who is the Garrett. Garrett, who's the
Well, I can do it, but it's Ghazi.
Oh, it's Ghazi. It's Ghazi.
Hey, Katrin.
Hey, Ghazi. Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you too. I'm the co-host.
You're the co-host. Okay.
Yeah.
So Ghazi, can you enable screen sharing for Jose Hernandez and Christopher Tai?
Yeah, you should be able to share screen now.
Okay, perfect, great. And so just want to check if they're here. Jose, are you here? Perfect.
Yes.
Hi, Jose. And Chris, are you here? Excellent, I can see you. Yeah, okay, perfect, great. So yeah, so Ghazi will time you guys 8 minutes, and Ghazi, if Jose has reached 7 minutes, you can just yell it into the room and say, hey, 1 minute left. And again, if you need more than 8 minutes, that's fine, but it takes really away from the discussion. So try to stay within 8 minutes, ideally. And we have a total of 30 minutes maximum overall. Yeah, and having said this, I think the concept board is, Garrett already pasted it in there, so you can go to the concept board and you can just freely look around. But we're gonna actually present on Zoom and share screen on Zoom, so you can follow it on Zoom, but you can also go around in concept board on your own, and you can go to the sections, the little symbol on the side, the little square with the lines in it. When you click on that little symbol, it pulls out all the names. And so if you click on Jose, somewhere in the middle, it'll lead you to Jose's project. So you can kind of look at that on your own while Jose is presenting. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. Also, welcome to our viewers on YouTube. So we do have people watching us right now on YouTube, just as a reminder, and it's not really super public, but it's mainly like the probably friends and relatives of our students. So it's great to have them here. Yeah, so I think having said this, I think we can just get started. So Jose will you are on.
You can see my screen, correct? Correct. Okay. Hello, my name is Jose Hernandez, and for this project, I am proposing a library that is much more than just a repository for books and knowledge. It's a library that presents itself as a democratized public space within the toy district, offering users resources and services throughout the district or throughout the site. This began by looking at public urban spaces, both within the district and also in the surrounding area of downtown Los Angeles. In the district itself, the public spaces are lacking, with one lonely space out on the outskirts of the district, which is way out here. So with the idea that public spaces are an essential element of the city fabric, and very important to the public essence of the city, this library begins to create new opportunities for social interactions, both within the project and also in the district itself, which is what this first image is starting to hint at. As Katrin mentioned, the site is located in the toy district, and it hides a very intimate scale behind the large scale responding to the financial district to the northwest. This intimate scale is found within the network of alleys known as callejones, where vendors begin to gather throughout the day, along with visitors and shoppers. And this district is very densely packed with wholesale stores throughout the day, which usually end up closing around 5 o'clock. But this atmosphere, which is seen in this atmosphere that is produced by this density of users in the alleys, which is seen here in the axon, is beginning to spread into other blocks in the district, which is very beneficial to the district itself. As you can see here, the site is bound by an alley to the north and two major streets, Wall Street and East 4th. So the project begins to take advantage of the alley and activate it through a gesture along the north side of the project. This gesture is seen as a recessed entrance, which helps create a plaza that is hidden within the network of alleys. This kind of begins to encourage users to discover this like hidden plaza within a very dense, busy district. And that is seen here in this exterior view as you approach the project from the alley. It gives a sense of discovery and also a sense of community already before entering the project itself. You have views into the project and areas to gather in the plaza just outside the entrance. So the forum clearly takes influence from the site, and this opens up to the alley through these attractions. The city influence is once again further shown in the steel structure with these two grids that rotate to align themselves with the axes of the alley and the axes of East 4th Street, which are following these here. The project explores an open floor plan where with an inclusion of voids throughout each level. The ground floor, as you can see to the right, remains a very public space, kind of as an extension of the plaza it helps create. The auditorium, which anchors itself to the alley, begins to engage pedestrians on the outside and users on the inside through these shared views, both through the auditorium and into the auditorium itself. The auditorium also begins to establish a connection to the ground level, considering it has an entrance of its own for events after hours. It connects it to the level below where areas are available for gathering after events and an exit up to the corner of the site. Moving on to the upper levels, these levels begin to show the organization of public and private spaces, such as workrooms and study rooms, as well as service areas along the adjacent building on East 4th Street, while public, more flexible spaces are placed along the alley volume here and here. It is also important to note that seating is placed along each of the voids to further emphasize the interactions between users in each level. And that is further emphasized in the section actually, where the double height spaces as seen here and here, and also here, provide a spatial connection and visual connection between the multiple floors of the project. On the other hand, the transverse section begins to show a connection between the alley and the street, allowing the project to become a shortcut or used as a through condition. Once again, those voids are further emphasized here in the interior view from the ground floor as you enter the second level. You start to see this layering of activity happening on various levels as the voids begin to cascade further away. This main staircase also serves as seating at the ground level for users throughout the day. Looking at the elevations, the facades remain fairly similar, but are broken up by the levels are broken up, but the use of glass is broken up by the floor plates, which are expressed on its exterior and become a ribbon that wrap around the entire project. So, that is seen here in the street view. And it also begins to talk about this level of transparency where activity begins to be expressed to the entire district, emphasizing the public essence of the project. The parcel elevation and detail begin to show the relationship of the glass facade to the floor plates and how they interact with the workrooms along East 4th Street, as well as street below. So whether users are simply using the project as a shortcut from point A to point B, looking into public spaces, working in very public spaces, such as this one on the left, searching for a book in these double height spaces with other people working in the level above, or even working together in a private workspace, they are always part of a greater picture in the sense of community, or a greater picture or a community within this internal urbanism. I'd like to conclude with returning to the ground floor, where these ideas start to become even more clear as you start to see this layering effect of activity, whether it's in the ground floor that's kind of an extension of the plaza that it helped create, or the activity in the alley, or the activity even farther beyond in the auditorium, or the activity even farther beyond in the alley. The public essence is always emphasized and providing a sense of community for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose.
Jose, your project is very through. It's starting and following a certain path. It touches all the architectural, technical, programmatic things. It's a very beautiful kind of urban imagery. Kind of reminded me some of Rafael Moneo's urban projects. Right away, that's the image that just popped out in my mind also. And you're dealing with street scales and alley scales and all that, and then you're putting this building that kind of unifies everything without doing anything. Okay, and so it's an interesting project. I would have liked to see, and there's a definite difference between night and day in the toy district, as we know, right? Night, it becomes something very different. And during the day, the kind of an actual life of toy district aren't these people, at least not yet. So how do you explain that kind of, how do you make that cultural jump through a sketch? Like, how did you decide this? Like, why not? It's all this vendors selling, there's like swap meet kind of a thing. And then you're introducing this something very different. Glass, is a beautiful way of dealing with it, all the way down to details. At least, you touch bases with those details. And there is a ton of stuff that you kind of made us familiar with your drawings, but yet there is some kind of a gap that I want you to tell us that how do you give yourself that position to be able to make this kind of very definite cultural changes to an area, that is very important and very architecturally interesting place, existing, new, and culturally and all that. So I'm really curious about that.
Yeah, I definitely think that representation-wise, more representation through maybe a series of vignettes or more renders would definitely begin to show this change in the culture of the area, especially like in areas where, with the alley, where I anticipate activity to be happening simultaneously in certain areas, like especially in the auditorium and the alleys. They can become very lively, as you said.
I will make the question easier even. What if you were to insert the activity and the people as is today into this architecture, this drawing? What would happen? Have you tried it? I'm very curious about this.
Right now, I don't know if it would have the same response. I think because I was designing with the intention of how the district will be in the future. This is kind of how I envisioned it, but right now I definitely do not think it would have the same response. I don't believe that it addresses some certain issues of the toy district.
Well, it addresses an issue between modern architecture and the context.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an interesting discussion that you could create by inserting perhaps that kind of public into your drawing. Just curiosity that, you know, I wonder if you visited that, you know, as you were developing the project.
Another way to get to this question of context, the question on my mind is slightly different, which is, and I'll give you an anecdotal example. My perception of public library completely changed after I had a child. And, you know, because, and I believe New York City and Brooklyn social infrastructure would collapse if there were no libraries. Because libraries are the only safe closed spaces that I can actually take my child. And if I was forced to leave her for 15 to 20 minutes, I know she would be safe. So I don't know. So, and that's a complete different, and also like it's a place where everyone can enter. So you can look for a job there, you can access the computers there. This is New York and Brooklyn. Like, I don't know. And I lived for a long time in Los Angeles. I don't remember, and I don't know. I've never been to a public library in Los Angeles. I used the university library. And so I'm wondering what the public library is like in LA. And who goes there? Like, is it really these people? Or is it different people? What the entry is like, entry protocols are like, you know, in New York, anybody can enter. And then go back to Orhan's question. So like, are we dropping a completely new institution that's going to a degree, educate the people who are here or gentrify somehow? Like how it's going to add to the transformation of this? Or are we doing an institution here that, you know, people already need, or with a slight, you know, change in the new building and facilitating, let's say, entries, that we make the life, you know, we slightly transform the life here, provide something that's not there. So to me, yeah, that's the question. What's a public library like in Los Angeles?
That's a great question.
From my experience in Los Angeles, the ones I've been to have been a lot more enclosed, you know, very quiet, and they have a very distinct entrance to the project. They are, like I mentioned, they are very quiet, but to kind of continue on to your other point of will this kind of begin to address and suit the users of the space today, the district today, I think it does begin to address those issues in the sense that they are providing resources for, we'll say, users of the community. And I can definitely see how the transparency or the fact that this has various entrances or a very public feel to it is very different from the traditional library that we see in Los Angeles today.
You know what I think is so interesting, Jose, when you're describing the kind of LA library, I'm going to repeat myself, and the critics from the last half will have heard this, but you haven't heard this. So in the last half, I mentioned this book called Palaces for the People by Eric Kleinenberg. He's a scholar at NYU. I'll put it in the chat, but basically argues for the social infrastructure of the things that used to be kind of by default built in the US, like libraries, this idea that they're not just about books, they are about the sort of social infrastructure, the support, the things that Tulay is talking about, particularly it's true when you have kids. And I'm bringing that up because I think, one, it would be really important for you, if you're interested in this topic, to kind of think through that. But then also, it's this idea that the social infrastructure is something that is built in response to a need. But I really appreciate that this conversation is one that is a future projective and a sort of response at the same time, and that your project has to sit between those two moments. And I would say first that your project is beautifully comprehensive and the plans are beautiful, and it's really well, like, it's so well presented that it sort of feels easy to get into it. And I'm looking for those moments where your project actually maybe answers some of these questions of the sort of the modernist approach to sort of the project that is transparent and open and what that's doing. And I might put a little friction into your project in a good way and say something like the McCormick Center, OMA's McCormick Center at IIT, which was hailed as sort of, you know, taking pathways in a school plan, a university plan that was all orthogonal and kind of reinforcing the diagonal pathways and finding them and then producing a building around those pathways to produce energy and to capture energy. That is sort of almost the too easy project, right? Because the pathways exist and you just have to build the building. But what I love about your project is that you actually have to kind of predefine what some of those moments might be that would connect the energy that's in the alley to potential new energy. And I really want to compliment you on these moments of the kind of two structural grids that produce they're less about easy pathways through, and they're more about these sort of cleaved spaces. They're structurally cleaved, they're like visually cleaved in, and they start to give us these wedge moments where we kind of come from one world into another, and you can imagine crossing through, but also at the same time being sort of tangentially exposed to another option. Like, oh, I didn't realize there was an entire auditorium here. I might check that out next time. I didn't realize that this stair leads down into an entirely different social infrastructure that might be interesting. I really appreciate that you sort of combine the structure and the programmatic pieces into these moments that seem easy, but they're actually really, they're very complex and really beautiful moments to produce that connection. So I'm a believer that you are producing the kind of pathways that can suggest what might happen here as well, and tying it to what already exists as a set of ways that this space is already inhabited, or this neighborhood is already inhabited. I should say that by also saying I know so little about this district in LA, so I get to sort of absolve myself from knowing that. I apologize.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do like that your project is very, I think it speaks for itself. I think the diagram of your project is very clear in that it's both driven from a contextual relationship to the Callejon that Katrin was bringing up, and the idea of the two interlocking volumes, but also this typological discussion of what a library is in terms of archival space and open space, and what does openness mean to the public. And so I think it's very smart, and it's definitely very nicely developed. I do, though, wonder what's the role of the Callejon really in your project, and whether you could have maybe pushed for that a little more. You know, when I'm looking at your plans, I would argue actually that the Callejon is not necessarily the center of the project, and that the interlock is not really producing all of the effects, the spatial effects that you could have gotten from that interlocking. You know, it reminds me a little bit, this discussion of the interlocking of two pieces and a callejon or an alley or a corridor connecting them reminds me of this villa by Gunnar Asplund in Stockholm. It's called the Snellman. Random reference, but check it out in plan. It's super interesting because the corridor is kind of connecting those two pieces, interlocking pieces, and the project is really born in that corridor. I look at your plan and I'm like, that corridor should have been a little more than what it is right now. It stays in the callejon to me, and to me that's the center of the project. And maybe, I don't quite understand what happens in that triangle in between the two masses coming together. I think the interlocking could have maybe produced a bit more in terms of archival and open, and maybe push the offices to the back and really radicalize that transparency of the front volume. I don't know. I mean, it's really easy to suggest on a project that's so nicely developed and defined. So I think it's really. I commend you on the project, but there are questions around that idea of the callejon and the program diagram around it, I think.
Very skillful project. Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, Maria, as you were talking, I was just looking at the villa by Gunnar Asplund, and yeah, I know the project, and it's a beautiful moment, really, of like how these two things come together in a slightly awkward way, but they produce something completely new, and yeah, really wonderful. We have a few more minutes. If I know this project is so complete and coherent, there's nothing left to say. But no, if you have anything else that you'd like to say before we wrap it up, please do.
Well, what is your plan for landscape, for example? How do you think that can this project just be step out of its interior? Do you have any? Right now, it's just kind of sits on the pink surface, pretty much.
Yeah. I think there's possibilities for landscape, both in the plazas it helps create, but also at maybe the utmost level, kind of like a roof garden or something, because as we know, LA suffers from a lack of these public green spaces, and the project has this shift in height that could allow for a rooftop garden or something, some kind of green space within the project, even if it is on the.
But you created some really nice public space on the north side of your, you exit into that public space, plaza or whatever. It's you're orienting the building towards that. So I was just curious, the project has a lot of possibilities, further possibilities, even as is in this finished stage that is a school project. Right?
Yeah, definitely.
But still, you could examine the library in this neighborhood and its ramifications and what kind of a public it would respond eventually, and what kind of a format that a library in this neighborhood would be like. I mean, in its operation. I mentioned also the publicness of it, like she takes her kid there and feels safe, and maybe your scenario needs to create this so-called public also, in that area. I don't know if it's through gentrification or if it's through transportation or whatever. Right now you go there at night, it's empty, right? So I don't know. I mean, the scenario could be further taken as well.
Okay. Yeah.
I think there's something to be said to that respect on your representation of the building in the three-dimensional. I appreciate that it looks like an X-rayed building. You know, it's very transparent, and the way you've organized it allows for that level of transparency. And I think, you know, there's something. I'm not super familiar with the toy district, but Catherine and Jose, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. But it's a lot of like brick, kind of thick facade. There's very very little transparency in that area, right? It's very impermeable as an urban condition. So I feel like maybe to someone of Orhan's comments about the kind of like, you know, publicness of the building, I think that the level of transparency of the building could be an asset to it, and maybe that alley, you know, how do you signify an alley? You know, that's an interesting question. Like, how do you signify a public space behind a building that's already public? Like, you know, you're kind of falling into some traps of productive traps. Don't get me wrong. This is like a super interesting discussion, but yeah, transparency, alley. There's a space behind the alley. Like, you know, to what extent does the building, you know, help you with those questions right now?
And I think that's a good comment to end the discussion here. I think, thank you, everybody. I think that we started this discussion talking about the urban, just the urban impact this building has. And Orhan brought up Rafa and Moneo, which I think is really nice, who has the sensibility of like really that urban grain and scale. So the kind of mediation, Jose, in your project between the street and the alley. Anda brought up the OMA project in Chicago at IIT, the building that is like this flat plane sliced through by all of these pathways. And there's something about that in your building also, not just because of the transparency, but also the way that you're guiding people through the building. The building kind of is really at this intersection of many different pathways, and you open it up in many different ways because of transparency, but also because of these kind of gestures that you're creating within the building, like architectural gestures. And the one big thing that you're doing is that you're reversing the main entrance. Your main entrance is not on the street, but it is on those alleys. And I think perhaps kind of like Anda made a comment about your building being suspended between two stages, the status quo, which is right now, a lot of like vendors, which you want to keep, but a lot of homelessness, which we're hoping that the situation will improve. And the future projection, and perhaps also higher buildings in the future, different buildings. But you're kind of like encouraging, you're kind of like your building becomes a catalyst for this future development by reversing this entrance, by focusing on the alleys. You are actually encouraging more development on these alleys, that they really become public spaces and not just sort of like the garbage, you know, like you're really emphasizing and believing in those alleys. And perhaps that's kind of like to the questions of what those callejones could be, what the landscaping could be, or hardscaping, just kind of like the general image of benches and people hanging out, is it, you know, and I think that could be absolutely wonderful in there. So yeah, and I think it's really interesting to look at that building as a piece of infrastructure that you pass through, and that provides like something for people to use to traverse through the city, as it's also expressed in your structural grids. You know, that's really interesting how the two grids kind of collide and produce these interesting spaces. But then also a building as infrastructure for the people, as you know, Tulay and Orhan kind of like pointed out, really as the library is really that last space that provides shelter, information, safe spaces, everything for everybody. Yeah, how can you enable this? And then certainly an interesting question about modern architecture and gentrification, like where is that taking us? So I think a lot of great comments, and yeah, very nice project, Jose. Really good job, thank you. And I really enjoyed also that you like took the, you know, when we talked about your representational style and you wanted to pursue drawings, you know, everybody's making flashy, colorful renderings, and you pursued the simple drawing, line drawing as your representational tool in 3D, and you like follow this with like an immense precision and superimpose it with photographs. And I really enjoy that very last image on the inside where you see the clashing structure and the sunken courtyard, and then kind of like the callejones in the back. I think that's really beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the feedback.
So thank you very much. We're moving on to our next presenter and last presenter for our jury, last presenter on this panel, Christopher Tai.
Hello.
And we have Gazi. Gazi, are you on?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Great. I could just call you Gazi. Gazi. Sorry, Gazi. Yeah. So
Whatever you want to.
Yeah. Okay. So let's take it from there. Chris.
Sounds good. 1 second, please. Oh. Hi, my name is Christopher Tai. While I load my board up. What the heck? Here we are. Hi, my name is Christopher Tai. I'm proposing a library bathhouse in the downtown Los Angeles. My project features 15 towers that modulate light, scale, and space, both on the inside and the outside, as well as below these towers within the building. The site is located on the Toy District, and as Katrin mentioned earlier, the Toy District features the callejones, which are these alleyways where vendors kind of sell their goods, and its proximity to both Skid Row and this homeless shelter really influenced my project. This is an ingredients list, if you will, of the various grids that slowly build up into my project. The column grid was informed by the parking lot structure below, and it goes down into like the window moldings themselves. The bathhouse is located at the very top floor, the 4th floor, whereas the library is on the 3 floors below. Here's an exterior perspective. You can see how one has to enter through a alleyway, but this alleyway mimics the callejones, but its larger scale allows one to really, it becomes a space in and of itself for people to really gather and sit under the trees. Here are various elevations. Taking a closer look at the wall section, the bathhouse is located here and the library is here. The bathhouse features both in thermal insulation and waterproofing membranes, as well as, you can't see it right now, but a slight glass skylight in order to really contain as much water vapor within the bathhouse volume as much as possible, as well as a double glass facade to promote ventilation. The structure in and of itself is pretty interesting as well, with a standard concrete beam and slab structure that is also has these 15 towers that I mentioned earlier, that some rely and coincide completely with the grid, some are wholly independent, while others still rely on the slabs for lateral support. This is my ground floor plan. This is the aforementioned alley. The ground floor plan is sunken 2 feet down into the ground, and this act of the movement of stepping down while you look up above at the volume above the front desk creates a gap between the mind and the body that marks a sense of arrival, and like you're rooted in the present. As you enter, you see the spiral staircase in the back, lounge that is underneath a volume, and a staircase to the left. Moving up the staircase, There is a triple height space as well as books to the right, seating to the left, and various lounges that are nested within the volumes. The volumes themselves begin to define space not only inside, but also between themselves. So classroom is thus defined as, there's a room for the classroom. Moving up the spiral staircase again. One is at its most pragmatic, the project is about providing infrastructure for not only the homeless, but also the locals. So there are classrooms, computer rooms, and also lockers in order for, it serves as a basic infrastructure for these people to kind of improve their life and their conditions, as well as a cafe. Finally, moving on up to the bathhouse, the circulation splits into two, and as you meander through the bathhouse themselves, they feature various types of bathing in relationship to water, where also there's also various seating arrangements between the volumes themselves. This is a 3D axonometric perspective and the section. Here in the section, you can see how I'm attempting to use light as a guiding force throughout the building. So again, the spiral staircase with light coming down. The light is modulated within and outside of the volume, as well as the space is modulated below and inside, and as well as the scale. Here you can see the staircase turn the gathering space, as well as a visual relief for the triple height space. Over here, beneath one of the volumes, there is a slight poking down move that guides people to look down into the ground floor. And in the distance, you can see the spiral staircase and how it sort of illuminates the ground floor. Here is a very basic perspective of the ground floor with the entrance to the right, staircase in the distance, as well as the front desk and the volume suspended above the front desk. This perspective shows the lounge, where one is surrounded on three sides, but is open to above, with a triple height space open to above and to the sky. This perspective shows how people are able to slowly inhabit this space, as well as appropriate the space and make it their own. You can see in the distance a whiteboard where someone kind of nails or tapes, or I don't.
Chris, you are actually frozen. Maybe let's wait for 2 seconds.
I think he froze.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he's back.
Okay.
Where did I cut off?
Here.
Yeah, right there, talking about the image where your cursor is. So you can just continue talking about those images.
Okay. So in the distance, you can see how the classroom and the whiteboard is attached to the volume, and the architecture begins to break down, and this is appropriated by the users. Here's an abstraction of the staircase. Moving on up to the bathhouse itself, various bathrobe, brass bathrobe railing are places for people to hang their robes as they enter the baths. Space is subtly defined with these lamps, as people are able to move within in their seating arrangements. The various plants scattered throughout my building create a scalar relationship between themselves, the human body, the larger furniture, and the volumes and the building, and then hopefully to the urban fabric as a whole. Not only that, it also serves a performative function, as I started researching into how these plants can purify the very, very moist air. And in tandem with the double glass skin facade, as well as curtains and the more precious books being hidden in the crochet, I hope to protect the books as much as possible. Finally,
1 second.
what's that?
No, just think 30 more seconds.
Perfect. Here's a catalog of the various architectural towers. You can begin to see how, for example, and here the architecture begins to respond to the human body. This specific tower is the cold bath house room, where the human body begins to respond to the cold water by crouching, holding themselves down, and then the bath really responds to that and hugs the user. Here's the rock shower, where a skylight at certain times of day lets light down, and users are able to sort of kind of bathe within the light, almost literally. Psychologically, I was extremely interested in Carl Jung's idea of the archetypal father and how he related that to order, society, and light. And the library itself is the memory of society, is how I derived that. And his idea of the archetypal mother in relationship to chaos, nature, and potential was later derived into the bathhouse as a place for symbolic and psychological rebirth. Conceptually, if I can finish up, the building serves to become a meta shelter. I think our time is characterized by an extreme distrust in governing authorities. Most institutions are placed on trial, so to speak. And the building serves to become a meta shelter by creating as much community as possible, by drawing users in through utility and allowing them to stay, hopefully through beauty. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, thank you.
You're
So
making us thinking, or
maybe based on the last statement with which you left us, is there any point can you point out in the sections, is there any point where we can see the bathhouse from the library?
Most of the views, I think that's one of the critical aspects of my project, is most of the views from below. I think from this section you can see various glimpses, but it's very minimal.
Which could actually be easily achieved, like since you're dividing everything into these towers by pushing one of the towers lower.
Mm-hmm.
And you're intentionally not showing them? Is that like you're intentionally keeping it as glimpses?
Yes. For obvious privacy reasons, but everyone's wearing a robe as well. But
I mean, privacy one, but also like it's like I mean that's where that's where I get uncomfortable, which is this very, and I'll say like I'm thinking as I'm talking, so I might say wrong things. Hopefully in the conversation we're gonna come to a point where we can, even if not agree, like make sense. So what bothers me is this like I'll say hierarchical relationship between the private and the public. And you said at some point between the mind and the body. And to me, potentially this project can actually have some kind of good messiness between these two, between like these different, or you gave the Jungian concept of the mother, and the father, you know, like, and the different roles that they play. Potentially you could be kind of making those relationships messy instead of like cutting them off and reifying the hierarchies that already exist. So that's where the project makes me very uncomfortable. Like, I think it's really beautiful. I love looking at it. It's really well conceived. I think like the way, like I can't decide, do I like the plan more or the section more, you know, like I'm like, which is a good thing, you know. The axon definitely the killer, but still at the end of it, are we reifying the relations that already exist? Like, okay, like wouldn't it be, maybe we can't see the bathhouse fully, but maybe there's something that's translucent, you know, almost opaque, that bathhouse slightly starts sinking down into the library.
Mhm.
Or because or if we're not doing that, how do we avoid just reifying existing structures, existing hierarchies, existing relationships? Or yeah, should we not do that? There's another example that this project makes me think of, which is Ram Koolhaas's in Delirious, New York. He writes about the Downtown Athletic Club. And there's this really famous image drawn by Madeleine Ressendorp, which is eating oysters with boxing gloves, like these two. Have you seen that? You're smiling, makes me think it's an amazing image. Like, you have to see, you have to check it out. And there, like when he's writing that book and when he's taking that as the example, it's like the problem is like he's trying to argue for, in one way, he's trying to argue that, you know, there are these within the, you know, anonymity of the office space and the culture of congestion of, you know, high rises, there can be these niches of privacy that allow for really different that allow for all sorts of liberties, basically freedoms.
Mhm.
And I want to, in a way, read your project with that in my mind. So I'm looking for those points of mixing, points of, like, you know, points of, let's say, yeah, points of mixing, points of unconventional, yes, unconventional structures, I guess, unconventional social relations. Yeah.
Unconventional engagement of the particular parts of the program.
Exactly.
Like
Yes.
the library to bathhouse to, you know, a spiral stair. The way that, you know, your project is, I'm just tailgating Tulay, and it has that kind of an organic ease is not there yet, you know, not quite there yet. How one rolls into the other, and because everywhere in your drawing, special, let's say, section in here, it's the look is there, you know, you have people this and that, but if you really look at it, I think that what Tulay was, you know, kind of voicing, it's the mix between the two or three or four is not very organic, as your lines suggest. Is this kind of a discontinuation within the things, as far as how they engage and create a certain dynamic? Is an unusual combination, you know, water, paper, steam, etc. That's a really interesting sort of a challenge. And you know, like you have plants, that's great, you mentioned them, but they're in pots, you know. That kind of things that I'm calling discontinuations in your drawings.
If I may add just one thing, like you're bringing all these things together, but you're also having like you have this extraordinary effort to keep things separate, so nicely, either in their pods or in their spaces. Like I understand. I mean, that's kind of what architecture does so well, right? Like we build separations between things, but like since you're so skilled and you're a good thinker, you could take one more step.
If I may, I explored it. It's still separate. However, the various water levels, as it starts to really dig down into the library. It's not what you're saying, but I think diagrammatically it kind of goes like a little, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, all right. You're very skillful. I mean, this is like almost like a timeless thing. All the historical references you're making to, all the, French drawings of 18th, 19th century. They're like incredible moments in your drawings, in spaces and fantasies. It's a most fantastic project which I saw today, in that sense. And so you played all those kind of fantastic imageries really well, and you have the skills to do it. And this is, can you go to the plan again, Christopher? It's my comment, and I'll finish it there. Maybe it's too much of like interiority and all the spaces. Maybe you add the program too massively, and you are in LA. Let's say climate geographically, this is an indoor-outdoor living city, the capital of it. If you look at the developments from 1920s on, everybody built here. Anything from Frank Lloyd Wright to Richard Neutra to Rafael Soriano's, it's always open inside out, and you are dealing with something like a bathhouse, and it could be easily incorporated, this exterior spaces that lacing through your floor plans and building. So that's something that I don't know how much you wanted to look at it, or you didn't look at it, or how you write it off. I want to know that. Why?
I was really about to incorporate a lot of these exterior spaces with volumes that kind of come down and then like have plants within those volumes that allow people to really gaze at the plants. However, it seemed a bit too much. Like I feel like I had so much going on already. If I were to add additional exterior space, I really considered it.
But you could use exterior spaces, extruding things from too many chairs, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if you felt that this notion that something was too much, because the project is so binary, right? That to introduce a third thing would produce a kind of complexity. But I also wonder if that's exactly the kind of the answer to Tulay and Orhan's kind of questions, is this notion that first of all, I should always say, beautiful drawings, really beautiful presentation. Like it's so thorough, and it feels you have pulled us into a world, which I think is really important to note, because we're sort of in there with you, and I really appreciate going through it. But there's a neatness to the two types of spaces and the control between the way that and this has all been said, but the way that we're meant to understand them as sort of these separate spaces and these peaks and these moments. And it's almost as though you actually had just a little bit too much space. You didn't have enough moments where the tension and the friction had to come out, where two things had to be one thing, or one thing had to be two things at once. You always have the ability to kind of always keep things just far enough from each other. And that perhaps there is that moment where if you had like jammed in a third thing, like how do I also get outdoor space in here? It would have made you start to tear apart maybe some of those things and actually have to perform a little bit of what's being asked of you, right? The kind of like finding the messiness in the project. And that's not to say to discredit the project where it is. It's just this notion that sometimes a kind of methodology which says, how do I now question what I've done by introducing something new or introducing a different way of drawing it? There are a number of ways to do this, can be a really great check on where your intentions are and where the outcome is. So I would just encourage that as a kind of process as you know, in life, right? But I also, you had me until you started talking about Jung. And I just, then my brain started going, oh man, like what it did immediately for me, and this is just almost like a note, but there are problematic issues with the kind of the way that Jung uses gender that are, the feminine is always through a kind of patriarchal frame. And so I would just be careful when you're bringing in a reference to kind of think through how that might actually be affecting also the way you're designing. Because in fact, by using that kind of frame, a Jungian frame, which there are really interesting things about Jung, but I also think that you can kind of put him into a world with Freud a little bit, in that there is a kind of, you know what I'm saying? I'm weirdly dancing around this, but what I'm trying to say is that you also then, it might have overly infiltrated the way that you felt that these spaces had to be sort of disconnected, or felt that they had to kind of represent two phenomenologically different experiences, and that maybe those moments where the phenomenon kind of come together could be answered through a material idea. And so even just the simplest idea that if you have a room that's full of water and lots of steam, if there is glass somewhere, that you could actually produce some of the weird privacy you're looking for, but also the kind of tension between those spaces, because you'd have these fogged up windows. You'd have these moments where, you know, we know that we're not hurting the books, but we also know that there's a kind of, there are people doing something else over here. There's this fog, it changes. Sometimes there's different material, there's different lighting conditions because of that. Those could be those kind of weird moments of tension for you that could produce some of that kind of breaking apart or messiness. But that's a long diatribe to say, like, yeah, anyway, so sorry, I'll leave it at that, but the kind of like dialectic is the problem.
Yeah, I
but it's beautiful. I should say that first of all, but I think break into the third space, right? What's the third space of your project would be really beautiful to think of.
I totally agree with those comments. I think it's very provocative project to bring those two programs together alone is already kind of a statement, right? I think you kept talking about light, and I do think that maybe that's the part I would maybe keep working on in this project. I don't know if it's about bringing a third language or system into the system, or maybe utilizing the system of the column as something more than just, you know, programmatic columns. Like when I was looking at your sections, I was hoping that some of these guys could become skylights, or could become, you know, not just the kind of like atrium around it, you know, which I don't quite know that works, you know. It's a very deep building. It's a very deep building. You're gonna need to bring in light there, and I think maybe some of these shafts could somehow become voids, you know. And it's very interesting, because if you look at the history of baths, like, you know, from Caracalla, you know, with these really different sectional conditions in the baths, and producing very, very different light conditions, or Sumter, right, from darkness to light to. This is super interesting to think that maybe you can somehow start working towards radically different treatments of light with these columns, you know. And I think to Anda's comments about materiality, I think maybe that could also inform a little bit of that. But yeah. I don't know. I was thinking, you know, a project comes to mind, Holder Bank by Keretz. It's an unbuilt project, but it's, you know, that might help you a little bit, maybe inform what I'm envisioning when I talk about skylights and voids, and utilizing the same system to produce both. I don't know. I think it's a very super proactive project, one to have a lot of fun with, and it's almost like the project is the idea, and you could almost have a series of typological proposals of this project. You know, I would love to see like 50 different models with the stacks used differently, producing light in different ways. And very nice. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Are there any final comments? I think this was a great discussion. Chris, really beautiful work, really good job. Yeah, I think you really did tackle a very provocative project, and you pulled this through, even though you were always worried about moisture in books. I remember that, and it's also interesting to see which projects kind of provoke what kind of discussions. So when we talked about José's project, we talked a lot more about the urban context and how it becomes a hinge between different scales and everything. And this project is, we didn't even talk about that. It's kind of like a volume, and it begins to create this interiority that became the total focal point of this discussion. So that's kind of interesting. But I think that's like really interesting things came up about the relationship of private and public, the separation or non-separation. I think Orhan brought up this term organic ease of connecting that I think is really interesting. And I think the programmatic mixing is really interesting, or the kind of visual mixing that could be interesting, while of course there's these concerns about the kind of problems that might create in terms of moisture, privacy, and all of these things. But sort of like by having this very public and this very private program side by side, it kind of begins to create this friction. And maybe the friction that was like talked about that is sometimes missing, maybe those could be these moments where suddenly there's this revelation of publicness in the private space that you don't really have, that kind of like weird moments, whether it is happening in section or whether it's happening with an exterior space where people can kind of glimpse through this. It would be interesting to carry this discussion through and really talk about this building within the city and how you've kind of rendered this like facade that is kind of this glass box with those sort of shadows in between. But I think it's great. And what we also, I think what's interesting and what we haven't really had time to talk about is also kind of like not only the clash of the two programs, but also the clash of two systems. One is the kind of slabs that are supported by columns, and then you're introducing the towers that kind of stand on their own feet and become their own characters. And you have expressed them as very simple towers on the outside, but it's all about their interior life. So it's kind of like 15 buildings embedded within that big building. And so this kind of causes a friction already that you could even think further. And I like this idea of, using them for different things, for skylights, for instance. I think that's a really great suggestion. Or maybe they could even become structural, like almost as a little mistake, they become structural for the rest of the library because the structural engineer forgot about it, and then you kind of have to retrospectively connect it as for shear or something. Could be interesting to create, I guess, like, somebody said there's a certain neatness in there. I think Anna said it's like maybe messing up that neatness, that would be kind of interesting. But anyways, good job, Chris, and thank you very much to the jury for all their comments. Thank you to Lion, nice to meet you. And thank you, Anna. Thank you, Maria, and thank you, Orhan. It was really great to have you, as always. And next time, hopefully in person again. That would be wonderful.
Thank you for thank you all.
Thank you.
This concludes our session. So we were the last project for you guys this afternoon. So thank you very much again for attending.
Both of them are great projects.
Yeah, thank you. Great work.
Congratulations. Yes.
Good to see everybody. Good to meet you, and see you soon tonight.
Hopefully. Yes. Bye. Bye-bye.
He's not here, there.
Somewhere.
Yeah, in Turkey.
Hey, Catherine.
That's right. Maria, maybe I'll see you in Europe.
Hopefully, yeah. When
Yeah,
when are you coming to Germany? We should email.
Yeah, let's email. Yeah, in a few
Okay.
months.
All right.
Bye.
All right.
Bye. And I don't know how many students are still here, but a few people, I guess. So we are meeting in room 3 in 20 minutes, actually. Is that right? No, sorry. We're not. We are in room 3.
This is room 3, yeah.
Nobody's here anyways anymore. So, but we're meeting in room 2. Room 2, panel 20. Okay. Thank you, Ghazi.
Thank you, Catherine. Nice work. It's really good to see you for next year.
Yeah, no, exciting. And you are the new TSD president, right? That's very exciting.
Thank you.
Good job. Yeah.
Very excited for that.
I'm not gonna see you. I'm gonna be on sabbatical next year.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah. Well, I was planning to take you. Then I heard you'd be on leave for next year, so I'm taking Bob next year.
Oh, okay. Bob is better than me.
You guys are both great.
No, Bob is great. That's gonna be good. Great. Well, thank you for hosting, and I'll see you later. I'll see you at Bauhaus for sure.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Catherine.
Mhm.
Hey, Sedona, can you hear me?
Hi. Yes.
Okay, so whoever is the host, which is the CPP Arc Room 3, they need to make you co-host before I leave because I can't make you co-host.
I'm not sure who's monitoring that. It might be Mark though.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. Like your job is pretty much just letting people in. Just on the like when you press participants on the top right, it's like it tells you if anyone is waiting. You just press admit and you just let them in. The other thing is just like keep time of students. So like they have 8 minutes to present. Most of them they've already practiced this, so they already like finish 8 minutes. If they don't, just tell them 30 more seconds. That's what I've been telling them.
Yeah, I did it yesterday, so.
Yeah. Okay. So you got how this is done. Okay.
Yep.
I don't want to leave until they make you a co-host, so I'm not sure.
Okay. I think there's supposed to be a 30-minute or like a 20-minute break now.
Yeah, like I think Wendy's she's the one that's coming in at.
I'm so sorry. Hold on.
No, you're fine.
Yeah. I can try emailing Mark and see if he knows what's going on.
Yeah, Mark or Garrett or someone else. Did you join in at 12 or 3 o'clock yesterday?
12.
Oh, so did you see who like assigned the new host or the new?
Sarah was, I think Sarah Lorenzen was the host when I got there. So she was able to do it. So I'm not sure.
Really?
And then when she left, she made me the host.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just texted Garrett, so I'll see if he knows what's
Right.
going on.
Hopefully respond. You're in second year?
Yep.
How did your presentations go?
They went well, yeah. It was kind of crazy, all of the like just leading up to it. Organization was a little
Yeah.
weird, but yeah, they went well. We submitted our portfolios and student reports.
Oh, that's right. Good luck. You'll be fine. What did you take?
I had Jenna Meeks right now, and then
No, you should be okay. I mean, what were you saying? What were you saying? I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. How was your reviews?
It went pretty well. I mean, we finished our reviews like a week. Yeah, it was last. No, it was. Yeah, I think it was last. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, it was last week. Actually, our projects ended up being on the news. I was like, well, yeah.
I saw that. That is really cool.
Yeah, basically our professor, he has some connections and he was able to get someone from like ABC channel on our Zoom call and they recorded it, everything. It was pretty cool, not gonna lie.
Was that Ben's like fabrication studio?
That's what it was, yeah.
That is really
The cool thing about it was in groups, so for the most part, it was kind of less stressful because there was always somebody there to help you, not just doing stuff by yourself. The other thing is that you're working in groups, so it's kind of like the real world. Honestly, if you work in the office, you're always working with somebody. You're never working alone. So it's kind of good practice for that too. But yeah, overall, it went pretty well.
That's really cool, yeah. Okay.
Get ready for third year. You're gonna be making a lot of. If we're back, well, not sure how it's gonna be next year. Since we're going back in person, but in third year we made a lot of models.
A lot of models. Oh boy.
Yeah. So because here's the thing, since third year is kind of like structures/construction year. This is where you learn about structure and construction. They kind of make you a good amount of models just to like learn about structures. But honestly, I'm not sure they're gonna be changing that because it's like a whole new normal after COVID. So I'm not sure.
Right. Yeah, I was wondering about that because I guess studio would we're only allowed to be in there like 2 days a week, I think. So it'd be interesting, but I'm just excited to, go back a little bit.
That's right. You're only there for like a half a year. You're half a first year, right? So yeah, you didn't get that much like experience of like studio culture.
Yeah, it was like we had to leave halfway through spring semesters. So yeah. Okay, Gatu, can you check if you're not able to make me co-host at all?
Oh, he's here. Okay. Let's see. More. Ask. Yeah, I don't see. No. Allow.
So do you not have access to it?
No, I don't see it. Chat, spotlight, rename, remove, report. Yeah.
Okay, this is one of the rooms that isn't access. Actually, this might be Emma's room. Let me see.
When I came in at 12, I believe Emma was able to make me the co-host. I think.
Yeah, okay. So let me see if I can contact Emma. So Ghazi, hopefully you can hang around for like 5 more minutes, and then Emma should be able to make Sedona co-host, and then you can head out.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing?
Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi, Wendy.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Hey, Frank. Hi, Darren, Ryan.
Hi. Hello.
Nice to see you guys. Thanks so much for joining us this afternoon. We're just waiting on one more juror, and then we'll get started. How's everyone doing?
Excellent. So far, so good. Very full day, but so far, so good.
Yeah, trying to juggle finals week and reviews and work is always a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And I'm trying to sort of look at everything and everyone. So. And how are you, Wendy?
I'm okay. I'm okay. We're almost at the end here.
And the sort of the new sort of digital age of
digital age. I think I've got one tower over here with YouTube Live, and I think Michael Fox has a couple at his office running, and so everyone's grandparents and parents can be watching. It's just like balls in the air juggling. So, hi, George.
Hi, George.
Hey, George. Hi, Ryan. Long time no see.
Hey, Darren. It's good to see you, man.
It's good to see you.
Happy Friday.
Likewise.
So we're waiting on Anna. We'll see. We'll give her a couple minutes. So the way it will work this afternoon is you all, the critics, will stay in this Zoom room. You'll see 2 students from our section, my section, and then 2 from Sarah Lorenzen's section. So you'll stay and we will switch so that you don't need to go anywhere else besides here.
Yes, yes.
And I think I might have to redirect Alex.
Frank, we got to follow up per your last email.
Which one? About the Neutra award?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry it took so long. I thought that Ravi had responded. Ravi thought I had responded, but we really enjoyed the Toyo Ito lecture the other last week, and I also thought it was kind of really interesting how I thought he was very generous and sort of addressing all of the questions that everyone had, and explaining things. I have to say I was completely sort of shocked when I saw the U house and that was demolished. I had no idea that was demolished, and he was so completely sort of matter of fact about that. And yes, this was an exceptionally interesting house, and it no longer is around, and he just seemed completely fine with that. So it was a very interesting lecture. So congratulations to everyone who was involved in putting that together.
Yeah, I think it worked out well, and the whole event was very pleasant. And working with his interpreter, I think, helped a lot. So I met with her several days before. She's quite the hoot, and I think that the subtleties of language went back and forth by virtue of her ability to interpret. Of course, I don't know Japanese, but humor translated too. So even in a pre-meeting that we had where he reviewed student work, we had lots of banter and laughter there too. So. Very happy.
She was excellent. I was watching her almost more than the others. Sort of fascinating, like present moment to be able to translate that many kind of elements of emotion, and it's amazing. Yeah.
And both Ravi and I, and we both don't speak Japanese. We're also just absolutely impressed, because it is quite difficult to sort of do translation simultaneously and obviously sort of speak both languages absolutely perfectly, and very often you have people who speak one language really, really well, and then you realize that they maybe can't sort of get the sort of linguistic sort of subtleties across in the other language. But this was it made it really also very, very interesting to watch. I mean, we have, I think, all watched lectures with translators who are not in that sort of category, where it becomes maybe a little less. And is she actually local? Is she in Los Angeles, or where is she?
She's in San Francisco, except she went over there last March before everything shut down and has not returned.
Yeah. And is she an architect by training, or?
I didn't get that part, but she's followed him around for a long time, and she's written a book on his work.
Okay. So she was very familiar with his thinking and everything. Yeah.
She came by his request.
I see. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was mentioned. Yes. Yeah.
Well, we should get going. Hopefully Anna pops in. But before I introduce the critics to the students, I can go over briefly the project. This is Cal Poly Pomona undergraduate senior project capstone project for their 5th year professional degree project. They began the research for this project last fall. They had a research seminar that they did in the fall semester, where they researched zoning and the site and code components of the project, and they identified their user groups at that time and their program. So once they started this 15-week project in January, they were pretty set on user group, program, site, and site context, neighborhood context. They already knew all about that. They also had one unit or so systems integration course along with us, taught by the same person as their studio instructor. So they were able to integrate structural systems, passive designed environmental controls, and those kinds of things into their project. So what you're seeing today is about at DD level, about design development level of resolution in the projects. And the way we'll do it, like I mentioned before, we'll see 2 from our section, and then you guys will stay and you'll see 3 from Sarah, or 2 from Sarah. And students will curate and present on concept board, and I will share my screen as they moderate, but I will also put the concept board into the chat. If you are all comfortable with concept board, you can go there and you can follow along with us. Otherwise, you can just watch the shared screen on Zoom. So before we get started, I do want to introduce our critics. And then I'll tell a bit about the issues. Well, I guess I'll do that first. Wait 1 more minute to see if Anna arrives. Our section looked at a couple specific issues in a certain neighborhood context. Our neighborhood is on the LA River, both sides of the LA River, just north of Vernon, city of Vernon, and just south of the Arts District. So for your bearings, the east side of the river in that location is Boyle Heights, right where the Sears building, the old Sears building, where they will be renovating soon. And then the west side of the river at that area is a sort of low-rise, light industrial buildings, but with some arts amenities moving in. Susanne Villmaner's new location is there. LA Dance Project has their new space over there. So it's a dynamic changing neighborhood on both sides of the river in our site. Again, when Sarah joins, she's going to have a totally different site to introduce you to. So with that, I will introduce our jury. Darren Johnstone is a Los Angeles-based architect and educator. He's the principal at Darren Johnstone Architects, GJA, and he teaches at SciArc. Thanks for joining us, Darren. Anna Niemark, who's not yet joined us. Anna is the principal of First Office, and that's a practice she co-founded with Andrew Atwood. And she teaches at SciArc and has taught at USC in the past. Frank Escher is with us. Frank is a principal at Escher Gunnarsvarna Architecture. Frank Escher trained at the Federal Institute of Technology, ETH Zurich, and was the administrator for the John Lautner Archive, and has a very successful office in Los Angeles. Thanks, Frank, for being here. George Proctor. George Proctor is a licensed architect and professor at Cal Poly Pomona. He's our current chair in the Department of Architecture, ENV. Nice to see you, George. And Ryan Tyler Martinez. He's a designer, painter, educator based in LA. He teaches at Woodbury University. He's also taught at UC Berkeley and at SciArc. Thanks, Ryan, for being here. So we'll go ahead and start. We have Trisha Meja will start us off, and then after Trisha, we'll see Julio Rodas. And again, Trish, if you are ready to moderate,
yes,
you can begin moderating, and I'll go ahead and share. And we'll have students have about 10 minutes to present, and then we'll have 20 minutes for comments after that. Can you guys see the screen? Great. All right, take us away, Trish.
Okay. Hello, my name is Trisha, and my project is a workspace and makerspaces that rethinks what an office could be in a post-COVID world. With the pandemic evolving the workforce into a more digital one, many companies are considering moving to complete or partial remote working. And although many people like the freedom of remote working, many have found that their homes are not conducive for productive work, as they may not have adequate space, environments, or equipment to get their jobs done. So for this project, I wanted to focus on 3 things: bringing much needed green space to the city along the riverfront, focusing on openness and connectedness, and providing flexible workspaces for a variety of needs for present and future use. And this image is the view that pedestrians see when they approach the project. So the site is located in a heavy industrial zone at the edge of Boyle Heights, but is also closely adjacent to commercial and residential areas. The Olympic Bridge bounds the site in the north and the LA River to the west. On the riverside of the site is a railway operated by the Union Pacific, and there are views to the San Gabriel Mountains to the north and downtown LA to the northwest. So the ground floor houses the maker spaces, which are these areas right here, the daycare here, and landscaped areas that can also be used for additional workspaces. These programs are situated on the ground floor for ease of access. The loading zone is situated on the south end of the building, while the drop-off is located at the north end. Vehicular entrance lies on the east side and the center axis of the building, which leads to an underground parking. And pedestrians enter on the west side so that they have a view of the river as they enter the building. So there are 3 towers, which are here, here, and here, which house the vertical circulation and mechanical systems and act as the anchor to which the steel frame sticks to. The most important element of the building is the sense of openness, which is achieved programmatically as well as through the use of materials. These darker hatches indicate areas that are completely enclosed, while these lighter hatches show areas that are encased in glass. And this is better seen in the upper floor plans. So the project consists of varying workspaces spread throughout the upper levels to give people choices for their work environments. And the program is organized on a 15-foot grid that consists of 2 main types of workspaces, secluded and open. The open workspaces, shown in this lighter hatch, are completely open to the building and allow collaboration and networking between people as well as the spaces. So people can look over the side and see down underneath the maker spaces, or they can look above and see other people working in these levels. These closed boxes are shown in a darker hatch, and they contain quieter and more private programs such as conference rooms, private cubicles, and workspaces for people who prefer it. The open workspaces are further divided into work environments, common and networking/collaborative. So the common spaces, which are numbered 11, provide desks for those who prefer to work surrounded by other people and don't mind noise. And the networking spaces, numbered 13, feature lounge-like furniture to provide more casual and collaborative environment. And this sense of openness within the building is shown better in the sections. So these floating platforms shift away from the grid both in plan and section to allow ease of visual access to other parts of the building. So for example, these people here, they can look down the side and they can see into the maker spaces. They can look on either side and see further into the different workspaces, and they can look above. So there's nothing hindering any views. So in contrast, the boxes are kept completely within the grid and completely enclosed to give a sense of privacy. So this building has a double envelope system with the outermost bays here completely open and shielded only by the strategic placement of plants and vertical louvers, while the innermost bays of the building are enclosed in a double glazing system to provide protection against the elements while still allowing the space to feel completely open. And I use the same hatching as in the plans. These darker hatches show completely enclosed areas, while this lighter hatch shows what's enclosed in glass. So some of these interior spaces are still not adequately shaded, such as this, which is only shaded by this planter. So in these spaces, I implemented wood trellises in order to provide shade while still maintaining the views. And the workspaces are scattered along these different areas to provide a variety of working environments, while also providing safe and comfortable workspaces during months with harsher weather. So you can see in the vignettes the types of spaces that people can work in and how it's meant to foster a sense of connectedness and community within the project. These 2 views on top show what I was explaining in plan and section. The open spaces allow views throughout the whole building. So in this view, you can see straight through, you can see into the other working areas you can see above. This view also shows that you can see in the different levels and outside. This view is inside one of the private boxes and shows how it is enclosed, but still allows views outward. This view is from an exterior platform that shows how open the building really is, and you can see through the plants to the site beyond. This is the Sears building back here. This is also another exterior view that shows how the space offers views to the city beyond, as well as into the building here, and you can even see that it's completely open to the sky. So quarantine has made people appreciate being outside and being connected with other people. So I wanted to provide workspaces for those who didn't want to be cooped up indoors and wanted to work in the fresh air and surrounded by plants. So this steel structure provides stability while also layering the program and views. And people can see others working in different areas of the building. They can also see outside of the building, and through it all, they can see the plants that bring everything together. So from the vignettes, you can see that the plants were a really important part of the project as well, as it provides greenery to the city and connects the building back to the river. So in order to facilitate that connection, I used plants that were suggested in the LA River Revitalization Master Plan, as well as some California native plants. So the facade facing the river is west, which is this facade right here. And so that side would get more sunlight. So I focused the majority of the facade planting on this side in the form of green walls and planters. So the primary structure of the building consists of concrete towers and a steel frame from which the secondary structure can hang off of. This units matrix shows how each of the spaces would be attached to the primary structure and still shift away from the grid when necessary. So for materials, the private boxes, which are this right here, are enveloped in channel glass, which gives users a sense of privacy within the box, but is still transparent enough to allow fuzzy views outward. The interior of the box is finished in the same material as the floating platforms, which is wood cladding. The bridges that connect the workspaces are concrete tiles, and acting as the exterior skin are vertical wooden louvers. And there's a shading system for the roof, which are steel girders that run along the length of the entire building. So this elevation shows the patchwork facade created by the louvers, channel glass, plants, and even people when the exterior platforms are inhabited, which are behind this planter, behind this green wall, and behind these louvers. And so these various materials also allow differing transparencies into the building. So in these areas, you can see straight through the building. Here, the glass boxes offer more opacity. The louvers only allow snippets of interior views, and the green walls block views within. So at the moment, the project is open to remote or freelance workers in the community. But if in the future the workforce moves back in office, the spaces could be used to fit a variety of needs. Maker spaces could be used for production or flex space, depending on the company's needs. And the open workspaces allow for greater collaboration between workers. That's my project. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Trish.
Can I ask a few questions for clarification?
Yes.
Was there any sort of interaction with structural engineers in this process?
No.
Okay. So this is based on your sort of understanding of how the whole grid would sort of behave.
Yes.
And would you mind going back to the ground floor? I just want to see again, it seemed sort of more enclosed than the, is that correct? Is the ground floor is more enclosed than the upper floors? These are.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
the ground floor is more enclosed because they contain what I thought would be the noisier program, like the maker spaces, the woodworking spaces, and the daycare. So I wanted to make sure that no one was disturbed when they're working.
And another question is, the image of the building sort of almost implies that the users would to some degree manipulate the elevation, at least of their pod. Is that correct, or is that sort of my reading or interpretation of this? Did you design exactly what goes where, or is there a certain amount of flexibility that is built in, allowing the visitor, allowing the user to adapt their spaces?
Well, I implemented these exterior platforms because I wanted like there's to be some areas where people can see people are working in the building. So I guess not really flexible.
I mean, I think there's a lot that I think looks interesting, sort of as an image. I mean, I understand your sort of idea about having the ground floor more enclosed and the rationale for that. I think that it takes away from the lightness of this sort of this three-dimensional sculpture that would be sitting across the river that you would look at. And I think there's a little bit of a contradiction in what the overall sort of idea of the building is, these sort of views across both through the building or in the building out, which is, I mean, it's incredibly sort of generous. Other people may use a different word to have this sort of very, very large three-dimensional structure for relatively little usable space. I mean, there's a lot of kind of sort of open space in there. But what I think is a bit of a missed opportunity is that the ground floor has this sort of very different sort of feel, because it will actually become a wall between sort of the west and the east. And I wonder if it is really sort of a wall, whether it should be treated differently architecturally, whether it reads really as a plinth that has these, these enclosed spaces, and we understand why they need to be enclosed, and then really is sort of in contrast to this sort of very, very light, very airy, very open structure that exists above. Either that, or whether one shouldn't say that maybe there is a different way of configuring these sort of spaces on the ground floor that still allows a certain amount of transparency from west to east. I think that is a bit of a missed opportunity, and it also sort of, it all kind of goes into how you're treating the west and the east side very, very differently, the north and the south. So south is where the trucks come, and the trucks and load and stuff like that, even though they will probably be delivering things that you need in the workspace that is at the very north of the building. So I'm not sure that would actually be an ideal delivery situation. But
actually, the maker spaces are situated down here.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And what are the enclosed spaces at the north end?
This is the daycare.
That's the daycare. Got it. Okay, sorry, I didn't. And you did explain it. I missed that. And it also kind of reminded me. This is not the first time that we are sort of thinking about buildings as some kind of like large system that we sort of plug cells into. I mean, thinking of sort of Toyo Ito's lecturer, who in his youth sort of experienced the metabolist movement in Japan. That was all about this. It was all about these sort of cities or buildings as these three-dimensional grids that we would sort of plug in our different sort of spaces that we use. The difference, I think, there was really that there was at least the idea, and I don't know if that ever would have worked that well. There was the idea that this could be reconfigured, that you could take one unit that is sort of slotted in, and you could slot it in somewhere else, giving the whole building the possibility to adapt and to change, and creating this sort of a less sort of controlled form, controlled by the architect form. And I think that if you make the decision that you don't want to allow that for various reasons, I mean, it's very difficult, and that's completely fine if you feel that no, this is what you're going to do. I think that there is a little bit of a to me, there's a little bit of a conflict of how the image of the building, how it presents itself from what one thinks happens in there. And I do think that you probably would want to sort of increase the balance of usable space versus just sort of this kind of airspace around it. I think that I think it's nice to be maybe in a school context, and you don't have to think about this. But in reality, when you are designing a building like this, and you are sort of proposing that you have a certain amount of square footage, but it's sort of spread out over 3 floors, it would be difficult to find someone who is sort of willing to fund this. But I think that's maybe slightly unfair, because I think in the context of a school, you have to sort of maybe sort of divorce yourself from these more pedestrian concerns. Yeah, maybe I'll leave it at that, and maybe return to things, because I'm very interested in hearing what other people have to say about this project.
Can you go to the section? Can we have a look at the section? Yeah, and I understand just another point of clarification. So I understand the kind of enclosed boxes or functions versus the kind of tray like or open functions, but is everything open to everything else in enclosed space, or is it is the circulation a kind of indoor outdoor thing?
So it's enclosed. I think it's easier seen here. This area is enclosed, and so that's where the bulk of the program is. But there are exterior areas that have open platforms that aren't enclosed.
And I'll just say a few things. First, obviously, it's you've have a well-developed project, and there's clearly a lot of thought that's gone into the development of the work, from the programming to the execution, and the idea about, let's say, the ever-changing face of the workplace in relationship to things we've experienced over the course of the last year, revitalization of the city in relationship to the river, a lot of really positive things happening in the project. I think for me, the area that I would sort of want to continue to explore is going to sound a little bit oversimplified, but the relationship of kind of indoor and outdoor space for conceptual reasons, like in some ways that, like blurring that distinction in the, obviously in the realm of our climate and the kind of the lineage of modernism that you're operating within, is right in the kind of wheelhouse of what these projects do. And it'll alleviate some technical problems that you'll have with atriums and smoke control and conditioning and all of that stuff. So, but I also think, like, opening up even more the framework and allowing things to float and blurring the distinctions between inside and outside will be really helpful. And then I put in the chat a reference to the Ford Foundation building by Roche Tinkulu that's in New York City, because I think it really illustrates, and maybe this is a project that you looked at, like this amazing and wondrous, thing that happens when you bring the natural world into the built environment. And just something to kind of take note of, I think, is the scale of relationships. So I think in your project, you have this dispersed cellular kind of metabolist construction, as has been pointed out. So the scale of open to close tends to be fairly self-similar across the board. And I think I would be exploring the opportunities for even larger scale kind of atrium, like if you're going to make a real atrium, that you really explore the juxtaposition of scales. So, but yeah. Okay. Nice job.
Thank you.
Hey, Trisha, could you clarify really quickly? It's a kind of place to come and work, right? Is there a company that you're aligning yourself to, or is it just a general space?
Right now I'm thinking of it kind of like a WeWork.
Okay.
Like you rent out the space.
First of all, great presentation, is very clear. I really enjoy the vignettes. The vignettes themselves feel almost like promotional material.
like a type of, like if you were to go to Silicon Valley and hire an illustrator or something to create some type of look for your WeWork space, it's very similar. So I just have to commend you. I think there's really beautiful drawings. I'm excited about these spaces. They seem to be more common. I think of like the Facebook projects up in Menlo Park, right? Or the Google campuses, the WeWorks, things of that nature. But I guess one thing that maybe you should consider moving forward is the amount of information that goes into buildings like this.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I can.
So I think if we're looking at like WeWorks, you have things like TV screens, or if you were to do like a reflective ceiling plan, there's like lots of spots and dots. So there's sensors, there's all this, basically this technology that's being integrated into these types of spaces. And I really like the fact that you're creating these kind of like cozies, right? There are these different spaces of rest. There's meeting rooms. But I think some of those spaces, like the ceiling, like if you were to do a reflective ceiling plan, like you wouldn't be able to introduce some of that technology. I think a lot of these kind of tech or workspaces, they have, these individual rooms, but then on the outside, you'll have an artist come in, or you'll have, a different finish on the inside. And so it seems like through the drawings, everything's a kind of consistent wooden slabs, right? And then are those going all the way up to the ceiling as well?
The trellises?
Yeah, like
no.
I'm just looking at some of the I guess the community spaces that are more open. I really love the plans too, the kind of tectonic, the part, the whole, but maybe it was an opportunity to allow those to have maybe difference, but also to think about like the amount of technology that would be integrated into some of these spaces, because the building spaces are becoming smarter and smarter, and the requirements that these companies have, they have a team that basically they bring in and say, you need to have, this many outlets, this many places for courts or whatever. But overall, really, really beautiful proposal. It's very, very interesting to see.
Thank you.
I mean, if I can sort of piggyback onto that, because I think that, and my first question was if you had discussions with a structural engineer, and the reality is that if you were to develop a project like this and you were to work with all the necessary consultants, it would probably end up looking very, very differently. I think the structure is very optimistic. I don't think that it would be quite as light, or have that little sort of shear panel. I don't think that with the 3 concrete towers it would work. And by the time you add everything else from infrastructure, even sort of heating and cooling the individual sort of enclosed cells, or all of the data that was being talked about, it ends up probably looking quite differently from what it is. But it's a good sort of starting point. It's a good place to and actually Wendy mentioned that in the introduction, that we should consider this sort of almost like a DD level. I do want to go back though to this sort of idea of having allowing some form of people individualizing their sort of particular cells, whether it is through a curtain, or I think that there is something that is a little bit sort of kind of rigid about the whole thing. And it goes down to, even when I look at your floor plans and the way you sort of place the furniture. I mean, if this were, you have to imagine when people sort of move into this, they are probably not going to line up all the tables the way you have lined them up. And I actually think it would sort of help your project to sort of really sort of show what is part of a structure that is not movable and what are things that could be moved. And I think it would make the plans actually quite a bit more interesting if things, at least in some of the rooms, were kind of sort of shoveled around a little bit, a little bit more chaotic. And I also feel that you're being sort of very timid about the plans. I think that again, it's a matter maybe of balance. And I think that on this sort of 3-story tall structure, if you see kind of, this sort of wall of plants on the 3rd floor, I don't know if it will have the impact as if it were, kind of a small group of trees somehow sprouting out of that. I think there's several things where you could push this a little bit further, and without sort of abandoning your original ideas, that I think would help the project.
Okay.
Maybe I'll weigh in here. And I think some of the points that have been brought up, how this is a nice presentation, and most of the comments I'm pretty much in resonance with. When I look at the site and the project, and yeah, if you could go back to your ground floor plan, what I wonder about, since you speak about having green space and connectedness and variety of work environments, I wonder how that plays into the way you occupy and control the site. And so this is definitely a place where program and architectural elements can grow beyond the limits of the frame and reach out and have a response to the water. Now, albeit this location on the river has not been improved yet, or is up to the level that we ultimately hope it is, but to have some sort of idea about what's the relationship of your project to the water, or the future use of the river. And it seems like that's one dimension of how this could interface a little bit more with its environment, and ways in which you might think about how the program on the ground floor could actually break down. And at least to me, to also think a little bit about the boxes that define all the various enclosures up through the rest of the grid, how they're made. Right now, it looks like they're sort of rendered, or it's implied that they're made in a consistent way. And it seems like there's an element of porosity or materiality that would allow these environments to actually blend more into their context, or disappear, or edges or walls could fall off by how you, what sort of materials it use. Some of the walls that are on the boxes that are further up might be disappeared, or they may be made out of a screen or something that's translucent, or be it's far more open on one side than it is on another. And yet still be able to handle your distinction about what's an enclosed environment to work versus what's an environment that's more open to the rest of the space. So I don't know, maybe you have a response to how you're treating material and how it sort of works with this agenda of being open, and also being related to more of a green context, and how that also could produce a variety of workspaces, which seems to me that's the variety of workspaces where I'm kind of stuck a little bit, because there is a prescription that maybe is a little limited and maybe could be corrected just by dealing with some of the porosity issues.
Yeah, I think when I implemented the materials, I kind of did it uniformly across the plans. So like the wooden platforms are kind of the same throughout the plans. I just kind of elevated them in different levels to give different views. And then the enclosed boxes are made of the same materials as well. So that is something that I could have thought more about.
What do you do? I got to ask another question. What do you do with those little loft spaces that are on top of the ground floor boxes? The space between in section, the space between the top of those and the underside of the floor above.
Oh, so I didn't draw it because I felt like it would be too distracting, but my HVAC isn't hidden. It's kind of just moving throughout the entire building. So those spaces would allow for those systems.
So, I mean, that's already been brought up, but I think these kind of ingredients that are part of a project, it probably would benefit you to have them there, because for you to control and orchestrate their deployment is, it seems, very much a part of the project. The other thing that seems to me that would be helpful is sort of catalog of accoutrements that be deployed through the space. And some of those are very much about the architecture, and some of them are literally furniture. But even in the larger spaces, the ability of workers to be able to separate themselves or to have some kind of an acoustic break. And these could be fixed on a short-term basis or relocated as work groups changed and reconfigured. And it would seem like that's an ingredient that maybe would also be important to develop as a part of your scheme and would be in agreement with this sort of tectonic metabolist sort of approach to making the building.
We need to move on to the next project. But if anybody has any final thoughts, and Anna's joined us, but you didn't see it from the beginning, so you don't have to comment on it if you don't want to.
Well, maybe a quick final comment. Trisha, I'm sorry I joined a little late, but I appreciate so much the drawings, and as Ryan already mentioned as well, the kind of representational care with which you've shown us the project. I kept thinking about the plans of some of John Haydock's houses in relationship to your plans, because so much of your work, I think, is battling between like actual and nominal dimensions, thinking about abstract grids versus actual dimensions, parts of different materials, and how to bring them all together into a coherent drawing. So I appreciate that quite a bit. And I think that more coherence could actually help you to bring the whole system together in order to then find those moments and gaps that you can be very playful about. So even to the degree that the grid in the background that signifies the kind of cloudscape in the elevations, even that would be somehow linked to the measurement systems of all the parts. But having said that, I still think it's quite an accomplished project and very, very nicely presented, at least from the end, what I was here for. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. We have to leave it there. George, you're being summoned to another room, if that's okay. Room 1, where Sarah is, only has like 2 jurors in it.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Trish. Excellent work. Congratulations, you're done now. And George, I can direct message you Zoom for that. Okay. So, so Julio is up next. There he is.
Yeah, let me go to the page. So start moderating, I guess, and you're
Yeah,
on Zoom,
I'm
right?
still sharing. I'm not going to stop sharing, so you can just start moderating.
Okay, then. Is it moving? I'm in control.
Yep.
Okay.
Can everyone and everyone can still see the shared screen? Great, great. Okay. Take us away, Julio.
All right, then. So my name is Julio. So my project is a STEM center for the community of Boyle Heights, students and local artists of the community. In researching the site, being that it's adjacent to the LA River, I wanted to do more research and kind of show, I guess, the destructive nature of the LA River, and showing some of like the green spaces and adjacencies of the river, being that it's being addressed nowadays, and showing some of the beauty and aspects of the riverbed.
I might have would have missed you because I was out there. When I'm out there, you talking about free as a bird. I am free. I don't think about anything but what I'm doing.
Okay, keep going. In some ways, looking at the beauty of like the river's encasement, from looking at Saber's longest mural, clock shop's bow tie project along the Elysium Valley, local artists on graffiti along the river in the Meeting of Styles 2010 artists, and Theo Limon, and also looking at some of the beauty of like the 12 historical bridges, being that my project is sandwiched in between Olympic and Washington. As well, in doing research as a way to figure out who my users were going to be, in doing a bit of history of Boyle Heights, you also tend to see a cyclical cycle of a community that has been in many respects impoverished, undercut, and underserved by many respects U.S. policy. By first the immigration of bringing in Chinese to build our train tracks, and then passing the Chinese Exclusion Act, Japanese Americans brought here to work our field, and then Japanese passing the Aliens Act, immigration from Europe after World War One, immigration from Mexicans from Mexico's revolution, and then the deportation of many Mexican Americans that were from the city of Boyle Heights under sadly the wetback program, and then brought back under the Bracero program, Japanese internment camps, and then the creation of all these massive infrastructures that in many respects displaced and tore apart the community of Boyle Heights. But through this, you tend to see the resistance from actually many high school students, particularly Roosevelt High School. So in many respects, that's why I wanted to target those people. And then in looking at the site, you see how at the lower bottom half, it's surrounded by the city of Vernon, which is an industrial city with only like 50 or so residents. Top right, Boyle Heights. In the right side, the arts community in downtown LA. But I'm charting down all these massive infrastructures that cut through my site in this little spot. The next one just showing my site's location, but really showing how its adjacency to all these schools, elementaries, high schools, private schools next to my site, and showing kind of how it would only truly affect or help the community of Boyle Heights. And here just showing my site's connection to the LA River and the greater downtown LA, and showing some of the context of like this walled off neighbor to my right, the train, and the Sears Tower. In many respects, in trying to figure out the program of for the massing, being that it's all industrial in many respects, I wanted to propose, I guess, building a wall, and as though what better way to unite or create space for a community that has been divided than to in some ways use these aspects that have been dealt upon them, but using them as a way to create space for artists and local students to use. So the wall is comprised of classrooms, office spaces, storages. The plinth is comprised of auditoriums, the planetarium, the kitchen, and the ground floor. The major move, which I'll go into more, is this rotation of the classrooms. And this is just kind of jotting down some of the field conditions on the site. It's viewed towards LA, being that it's a weird angle on the site. It gets a lot of sunlight, being that it's next to a train, and its views to the river and greater downtown LA. Starting off with the plans, you could see, I guess, the plans better to the right and showing the site. It's this giant triangle parcel with this giant lead up to the parcel that's actually a driveway and parking space for my neighbors. So for the ground floor, and actually the site's about 45,000 square feet and 15,000 allocated for my neighbors. So the parking is on the ground parking space with bike storages as well. The ground floor is so office spaces with the back lounge space for the office workers, cafe, kitchen, bathrooms, and the plaza space is kind of divided. I can't move my, oh, there, it's not wanting to move, sorry. But the ground floor is comprised of two plaza spaces, one more integrated with the softscape, one lower for artists or students to interpret the space as though they're in the riverbed. It's kind of, I don't know why it's laggy, I'm so sorry. Sorry, and then the third floor.
Do you want me to just do it for you?
Yes, please, sorry.
So
Yeah, I don't know why
stop
it's
moderating
doing
and I'll just
Yes,
follow
thank you,
along.
Wendy. I'll be like, I'll just be like, next. Okay, so third floor is comprised of classrooms for students, the planetarium, auditorium, and how it terminates with this auditorium at the end of the bars. So I guess I'll just go on to the next drawings, like the kind of like diagrams, Wendy. For the first diagram of the wall, kind of highlighting some of the, actually it's working for me, Wendy. Maybe I could moderate now. Is it now working? Okay, sorry. So the wall, kind of showing the major moves of the wall, this rotation and pivoting of the classrooms, highlighting some of the structural elements, and in some ways cataloging all these modular components of these oscillations of the walls, and trying to show a sense of movement and space through the space, and then kind of highlighting the staircase, the plinths, as well, by fragmenting and displacing the floor plans, getting a general sense of how one would move. So like the drive down to the parking, a fire truck that would have to access that tunnel, the bikers that would use the tunnel, its connection to the riverbed, the train. In some ways, looking at the drawing as though trying to create or generate new ideas of what the project is, or lighting, such as the continuing the geometries and what it could do for the ground floor underneath. For the plaza space, the lower diagram, just showing how the plinths and wall connect back down to the site, and showing how the wall casts a shadow onto the plaza space and then casts back onto itself, kind of showing this lower space, how this column in some ways cuts all the way through, but in some ways kind of replicating the sense of being under a freeway or being in the riverbed. So for my project, I wanted to focus on, I guess I'll zoom up and just show it, but I wanted to focus on these 4 major moves in the project: the auditorium, the auditorium up top, staircase, this courtyard that connects the wall and the plinths, and the planetarium, being that those were really the driving forces of the project. Okay, so for the first one, I guess it's multiple projections and views of this auditorium space, kind of showing how the wall ends with these open spaces for the office workers, and this giant auditorium space for students, artists, and possibly after school activities with the community. In some ways thinking of Angelinos and their connection and view to the greater downtown LA, and then showing these kind of perforated mesh screens as though you're in the riverbed, taking photos of the riverbed being a wetland, and views to the north. And then sections showing kind of how underneath the auditorium is treated, creating this void for passive cooling, but at the same time, a view and a visual connection back to the riverbed. And staying, I guess, with the section, highlighting this wall that protrudes out and this serpentine stairs that connect the classrooms and the void. So for this drawing, again, like the last one, trying to show multiple points of views and projections of the wall, trying to project or a sense of movement through and seeing how one connects, being underneath and between the space, but as well trying to highlight the larger move of that wall, and in some ways how it connects back to the city of Boyle Heights, being that it's adjacent to the train track. And if you just go along the train tracks, most of the neighbors adjacent to the train tracks are all walled off. So playing off of those elements, and you'll see how it connects with the last drawing, but seeing how trying to create these spaces that are found in Boyle Heights for students and artists, in some ways trying to bring in not only the students who would be susceptible to a STEM center, but the students who are maybe lost or trying to find a different way in life. For the north elevation, you could see how it actually would be, this staircase with the facade, kind of these hallways and these inner, outer, more intimate relationships that are created with the wall and the circulation. For this one, I wanted to show, I guess, it's the other side of the wall, how these classrooms, but I wanted to really show the connections from these outdoor spaces, and how they all relate to one another. So this is an unrolled unrolled axon of this space, just trying to highlight this open space and all these little crevices that could be used for artists, and at the same time, being that it's a STEM center, the onus is no longer really on the instructor to always be the main teacher. A lot of the times the students like to teach themselves, so providing spaces for them to explore different ideas or have group meetings with their friends, and just being more outside, being that we're in down in Los Angeles, and at the same time thinking of issues of COVID, trying to somehow think of the classroom as expanding outside. So in the section below, you could kind of see how big that space would actually be, and being that it's roughly the same size as the bar itself, in some ways treating that main courtyard space as a program onto themselves that could be used by the community, in some ways kind of connecting back in a way to like Mariachi Plaza in Boyle Heights, a place where people could interact and just meet one another. And I guess staying with this section, just going on to the planetarium or showing this sphere. Is it moving again? Okay. And then for I think this is the last one. For the planetarium, trying to show or project the sense of movement or being in this space, being that it's this giant void or solid massing, depending in your point of view in which you are. So being inside, it's a void. Outside, you're surrounded by this space, but trying to in some ways project a sense of this expansive space or being lost in some case within the space, but trying to show how one moves through and connects back into the wall, and showing this larger, once you circulate the stairs, you move up this large space for the cafe workers as they have a view to the greater downtown LA. And just last elevation, just showing the plinth connection and how it starts to morph in some way back into the cantilever in classrooms, and just trying to show like its relationship. And then at the end, kind of just putting it all together, just showing the buildings form, but its connection to this walled off neighbor, the train track, the riverbed addressed. And in some ways you can start to see how the auditorium space also starts to connect with the electrical lines. And I guess just to get into materiality, the building would be fiber cement paneling with a concrete for the planetarium. And I guess that's it. I'm pretty sure a lot of questions, but yeah.
Thanks, Julio.
Should I stop moderating or should I keep moderating?
Yeah, because everybody's got the link and I can actually see some of them in there, so they can cruise around. Or if critics, if you would like to go back to something, Julio can navigate back there.
I have a very quick question. Is this actually the same site as the previous project was?
No,
it's not. Okay.
It's next to me. I can show you roughly. You could see her site. Her site would be right here in this kind of like lower area, and then mine's is over here. So we're close, but not. Yeah. So the train goes behind me. It goes in front of her.
Right. I think that your analysis is really absolutely fantastic. I think that this is so much, I feel, the responsibility of any architect who would be doing work on a scale like this to understand, the site, the history, and I'm talking about not just sort of the cultural history or the anthropological history, but also really sort of the industrial history. The site these sites along the river are so rife with, the entire history of the city of Los Angeles can actually be sort of told by what has happened along these rivers. I mean, from pre-colonial to colonial, through industrialization, arrival of the railroads, and sort of the movements of these different groups of immigrants that you talked about, the kind of the stitching together. And I mean, you probably sort of came across that in your research, but in the 1920s, 1930s, when these bridges were done, and this was all done sort of as a City Beautiful kind of project, the idea was that Los Angeles would expand towards the east, and that's why there were all these sort of bridges built across the river. And then, of course, once the freeway system starts to happen, all of these sort of developments, or these developments of the city get redirected and chopped up, and I think that you captured all of this extremely well, and I think I mean that alone I think is really you should be commended for that, because I mean, to sort of understand what your site entails, where your site is, what it is connected to, what has happened there, what will happen there. I think that's where you start the project. I think, and again, I mean, as a student project, not just as a student project, just really as a project, the research is really extremely interesting and very, very well done. Now, the thing is, you know, once you translate these sort of like the let's say the complexity of the site, and both the physical and the sort of the historical complexity of the site, I think it is a personal choice whether the architecture is something that is maybe complicated rather than an architecture that is on a formal level maybe calmer or simplified. That is a personal choice, and I respect your and your obvious interest in sort of, you know, making this kind of into this sort of formal composition that it is. I have to say, I found it not very easy to follow, but this may be because in a pre-COVID world, you would get up and you go to the board and you try to understand what is exactly where. The other thing that I really would love to have seen is a three-dimensional sort of representation of the whole thing, probably even sort of as a model to sort of see how this is actually composed as an object or a series of objects. Because I think that there is probably a lot more in your head than gets sort of translated. And I do think that some of these spaces would probably be super interesting. Some other spaces, I'm not 100% sure. You have a lot of sort of like little balconies, and you were talking about, you know, an artist could do something there. And I think there's a limit to how much of that you need in a project. And what happens is that it starts to maybe sort of diffuse from kind of the bigger ideas. And I'm very glad that at some point you were talking about these sort of four main elements, because until you mentioned that, I had a problem sort of understanding that this may really just be because I'm seeing this for the first time and I wasn't able to read things very carefully. But the thing is that these sort of four elements, I feel maybe that there is a little bit of sort of undermining the kind of the potential power of these elements with sort of all kinds of little sort of sub-stories that is based on sort of my reading of what I can read. Again, if I saw this differently, maybe it would be a different question. And the other thing that I also wanted to bring up is I'm glad that you at the very end mentioned something about the materials, because to me this building is, you know, in a way it has to start and end with how, you know, what it is made of, and you know, what is the structure of this, and is it just sort of clad with these sort of fiber cement panels, or would it work that more of these elements are actually concrete, like your kind of sphere, and that there is a kind of a more direct link between your architectural form and your construction or the tectonics. This may be sort of something that would have, I mean, this would take a lot more time to sort of work out really, really carefully. But I feel that if you had thought about that earlier, and not just of your building is some shape, some form, and then in the end, everything is clad with some panels, I think you would add, it would add a layer interest to the building. But I have to say, overall, I think it's a fantastic project. I mean, and really, I mean, from the research, even to I think the graphics are very strong, not easy to read, but they are very strong. But I really enjoyed your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would really underscore. I think it's a really spectacular project. It's a great presentation. And I think I'll just highlight some moments in your presentation that I think really resonated really strongly. I think, as Frank has said, the kind of artful and insightful mapping of the context, it was really strong. And I think it's very often very difficult to tie that into an actual proposal. A lot of times it kind of falls into the background and becomes work that you've done. But I think you internalized it and flipped it in a way that's very powerful. I think the idea of taking the idea of the wall and say, like putting the wall back in the face of people who are saying to build the wall, and it takes on this different meaning, I think is so smart and really strong. I think a few of the other things, you said something that I thought was really beautiful. You said you make drawings to generate new ideas of what the project might be, not necessarily what it is. And I think that's a rare and mature way to think about the things that you're making, because I think oftentimes now there's a kind of comprehensive modeling and then a push to just represent what you modeled. But the idea that drawing is a key to unlock a different way of thinking about the project is really beautiful. And then lastly, and Frank said this too, to understand, like, okay, I'm working on this bigger building, but the project is really about the auditorium, the staircase, and the planetarium as it relates to the wall is very mature way of thinking. And I think it allowed you to get really far. So it's a really excellent project. Great presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, that was kind of one of like the struggles, like was talking to Wendy about how to represent the project. Do I now start modeling all these little things inside, like CNCs, 3D printers, and then you get lost in the space. You don't even know what view I'm showing you, because a lot of these forms are very similar throughout the project. So I guess that would be the next step. Like now that you kind of get a sense of these larger spaces, now maybe like 4 or 5 interior drawings for each vignette or each render. But yeah, it kind of felt like I first needed to like zoom in little by little and then show you, I guess, the final view of the whole project and how it relates to the context.
Yeah, I agree with the comments. I mean, it's a beautiful project from a representational standpoint. The presentation was great. I keep looking at the drawings, and they're fantastic. I mean, in some degree, right? In architecture school, the representation is the project, right? So I think, you know, the fact that this isn't going to get built, there's an immense amount of work in the production of your building ideas through a kind of drawing means. And I just want to commend you. I think it's fascinating when you start to think about shadow as a kind of element for representation and how that affects the depth and also the perception. I mean, I think of like Wes Jones' drawings. I don't know if you've looked at his work, but this is a very, well-known way of representation. I haven't seen it in a while, and it seems like you've done it really well. I just have to commend you. I think for me, what I get excited about your project, I start to think about typology. So, you know, this idea of like a wall or being next to the river, it makes me think of infrastructure, makes me think of a parking structure. Even the vignette, the rendering at the bottom, it feels almost like like a train stop or something. I think the plan feels like an airport. Or is it a building? And so there's a kind of simultaneity that's happening. I feel like it might be the heaviness too of the representation, but I think it's an interesting thing to think about is typology and how you'd want to talk about it through the lens of your project. You know, the wall from a architectural element, you know, if you think about the line in Revit, right? And all the information that exists inside of a line, it really becomes fascinating when you have these kind of chunks that you're looking at versus the kind of political reference of wall. And I think there's a kind of, again, there's this like simultaneous thing happening from the representation to also the function. It's really just commendable. It's a wonderful, wonderful project. I wish there was a little more information in this, like the sections, like if we're at DD, you know, thinking of structure, at least these are things that I get excited over. Obviously the chunks, they start to articulate that, but I think too, like in some of the sections, like there's more poche than tectonics. I don't know if that's a fair criticism. I think there's still an immense amount of work. But overall, it's a really exciting project. So, I mean, congratulations.
Thank you.
I agree with all the comments, and only wanted to add that in the moment where you think through the process of representation, the process of projection into these kind of plan obliques or elevation oblique drawings, what caught my eye were all of the kind of landscapes and images that have figures embedded in them. So they're also images, not only forms that you're dealing with. And they mimic kind of the context of the murals and of the neighborhood that you described. So there's quite a deep social impact that some of these images would have if we read them quite literally. And in particular, I'm thinking of something like the Central Library at the UNAM campus, Juan O'Gorman's mosaic kind of mural that completely takes over an entire monumental building. And I'm curious a bit about the development, as you know, everybody's talking about the next step and DD and structure, et cetera. I'm thinking about what happens to these images in the next step and how you might begin to also incorporate and translate quite literally those things that happen in the moment of representation and the kind of projection of the image, but now at the actual kind of specification of the kind of final material cladding, and thinking about how images might translate directly into the scale of buildings at a kind of social level. So I think in the end, you wouldn't want the project to remain a kind of abstract masterpiece, as we all celebrate that, of course, in school, but also I think to come back to the initial statements that you've talked about like kind of the neighborhood and the needs of the neighborhood and the ways in which you can produce community and a kind of empowerment, let's say, of those who are in this building, how to produce a narrative for everybody who's here through image making. I think that would be really amazing as well. So not to take those things out just because they're part of the utopian drawings, but to really think through the process of translating them into the building.
Yeah, it was I guess in many respects, I guess in designing the project, like by I guess week 3 or 4, I mean really the project was solved in the sense of like I knew where everything was going to be, as in the classrooms, offices. It was really about how do I bring in a community, or how do I not only bring in students that would be susceptible to going to a STEM center, but also I guess the community of Boyle Heights, being that it's gone through many like issues or like political issues, and to some degree, I mean, I didn't want to delve into like issues of like gang violence or anything like that, but in some ways, trying to bring in people that may be lost or find a different outlet in the riverbed by murals or painting, trying to bring in new people that in a way maybe they could express a new art form within this technology in some ways, maybe even exploring what the planetarium could be for an artist, or exploring like all these machines could be for an artist interpretation, not just an engineer's point of view of what these softwares or technologies could be, trying to mesh more of the arts community with like a science heavy community. But yeah, it was just weird as to like how do I go about it? Should I lean into what the program is, or lean into what I was actually thinking of the whole time of what the project is? And it never really was truly the program itself, but how you could bring in other people.
We have time for a couple more comments. If you guys want to add anything?
I mean, one thing, and so you, Julio, sort of hinted at that, and Darren and I also sort of talked about that bit. When I see projects like that, I'm always sort of very curious about what you would continue to work on if you had the chance? I mean, what are the things that you would focus on?
Well, I guess I start delving into how these spaces are inside more, and trying to, I guess, like you said, show more of the building. To some degree, I felt like I wanted to show you parts of the building, and then you start to put it together in your head, and at the end, just how it all looks. Because in showing like even my friends, it just, there's too much density and of stuff happening at once to just show all of it at once. But trying to delve into those spaces and actually now trying to program it more, like especially these connections, that in some ways were really me thinking of how, like the river, the 12 historical bridges kind of connecting back from this monolithic structure to this land mass. But now going back maybe to like the artists and that I'm researching and trying to see what could happen in these spaces, not just saying it, but trying to show it more, I would say.
I mean, that's really interesting, because I mean, in a way, your answer implies that you are you wouldn't necessarily go back and revisit certain things, but you are satisfied with where you are, and you will sort of continue. Did I understand that correctly, or are there things that you would maybe revisit?
In an odd way, yes. Only because, like, I guess as a designer, I guess, how do you bring in people? What are the aspects of the building that I guess captivate people, especially being that when you see a building, you never see the inside. You're always seeing the exterior. So I guess trying to just continue and like really finalizing all the ideas that were going on through my head as a way to like just how the project's not how the project not only connects to the site, but like the larger context of LA, the train tracks, the riverbed. So I guess delving into those issues, not necessarily the program itself. I guess maybe because I used to be a STEM student, I kind of just know what it is. Like that doesn't intrigue me as much as like resolving what these spaces could be for someone else, not necessarily for me.
You know, I think one of the things that would probably be super interesting is you know, if you were working on this project, let's say in an office, and at some point you would start to interact with like a small army of consultants, you know, from structural engineers, mechanical engineers, you know, acoustical consultants, all of that, and I can assure you that that would start to sort of you know, shape and form your project, and that you know, that's of course the thing that it's very difficult to sort of recreate that in the setting of a school, but I think at this point, or even a little bit earlier than where you are in this project, you would have started to have very sort of serious conversations that, and I mean serious in a way that they would start to also shape your building. So it wouldn't be the architect who sort of finishes this and then hands it over to the engineers, and then they sort of do their thing. And I think that, and this interaction is actually as interesting as sort of the whole research into history, or the whole research into you know, into the site. And so I think that you know, once you get to do that, because that you as the architect are the one who then has to sort of keep the project idea you know, moving forward, and even when the structural engineer starts to sort of explain why something can't be done, or why something else would be better, and then maybe that starts to kind of take you in a slightly different direction. So you know, there's but I'm convinced that you would probably handle that sort of, you know, extremely well as well. So I would be very sort of curious to sort of see how that sort of the kind of the project meeting reality, how that would fare.
Yeah, yeah, I guess that was really like the struggle, I guess, really with like the first diagram that I showed, like kind of like the structural aspect of it, trying to like make it as real as possible and trying to like figure out this column structure. But yeah, I get what you were saying, because that was really one of like the main struggles of the whole year, trying to like have a somewhat understanding of how the structure would work and having it formed so that then it looks like it could work, and maybe we could adjust certain columns or certain aspects, but trying to have at least a decent base to start from, so at least the project could go somewhere. It doesn't just automatically start off where it's your column structure doesn't even work.
Right.
It makes
But,
no sense.
The thing is that, all of those parts are, those aspects are things that in a way you can learn. But I think the kind of this sort of this very sort of almost seismographic reading of the site that you did is not something you can learn. I mean, you either sort of have either have an interest and you know how to get into that, or you don't. And so I think even if on the technical side there's still a lot for you to sort of kind of explore. The other part is just so strong that I think once you have the chance to sort of work with a small army of engineers on this, I think it would be a really super interesting project.
Yeah, maybe I guess I should say, because of all this of COVID and being a senior thesis, and it's a whole year.
Yeah.
Every day or so, last semester, I would like go bike along the riverbed, the San Gabriel one next to my house. So bike to Long Beach or all the way to Santa Fe Dam. So to some degree, just always visually being in that space of like just only seeing all these built infrastructures, I guess that's what I wanted to just replicate or create in my project. In some ways, I guess you find an attraction to those aspects, being under, especially once you get to like Long Beach, you're able to be underneath all these freeways, and the like the ocean just comes all the way in, like next to the oil the oil buildings. But yeah, it's quite nice in a way. So I guess that's what I was trying to just approach throughout the building, just trying to replicate, like you were saying, the history of LA, and so could be told in some ways with just biking or going through the riverbed. You could even see like how they used to carry like materials through the riverbed by like the zip lines and stuff. But yeah, so I guess that's why I was really not necessarily motivated, but in tune with what I wanted to do.
And I also appreciated in your introduction you were talking about the beauty of the what is maybe conventionally not considered to be beautiful. But yeah, again, I think it's a very interesting thing and enjoyable for us to sort of see that and talk about it.
Yeah, and then I mean, I guess just to
the plan, just to continue with the plan discussion a little bit, the object nature.
Oh, I think we're hearing some other reviews.
That's another review? I
think so.
That's just like real life then.
I know. Echo coming from across the room. We should. Sarah is gonna come soon and bump us out. They're running late too. We're a little late, and they're a little late. So she's here. She's here.
Hello, Wendy.
Oh, hi, Sarah. I just wanted to say, Julio, I agree with everyone, and I think the comments are excellent. We're gonna scoot out of your way soon, Sarah. But I just wanted to say that the Cal Poly capstone project is not a thesis. It's a comprehensive studio designed to be a comprehensive studio. But Julio, you've managed to actually do the thing that is a thesis, which is kind of take the critical stance on a process. And we don't ask for that at Cal Poly because it's not a thesis. But it's been really an excellent kind of journey to see you kind of peel apart that process and to actually see it so clearly in the deliverables and the representation. So, and I think everyone had, excellent comments, and you should be very proud, and you're done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So we'll get out of your way now.
It's fine.
Well,
See
thanks,
you,
Anna.
Sarah.
Thanks, Frank, Darren.
Thanks so much,
Yeah.
Ryan.
Thanks for
Darren,
having me. Thank you.
and Frank.
Thanks, Anna.
You guys, excellent.
Thank you, Wendy. Good to
Bye-bye.
see you.
Good to see you too.
Hello. Oh my God, this has been such a marathon. It's like, I feel like we put together 5 weddings for the same day. It's been so crazy. But we only
Hey, Sarah,
have
it's good to see you.
Anna,
Hi,
Darren,
hi,
Ryan.
Sarah. Hi.
Where did Frank go? I just
Yes, I can hear you. I clicked on something. I might have to sort of go out and log back in. I'll be back.
Okay, you can be back. Okay, very good. So nice to see everybody. We actually only have to do 2 students. It's very exciting. So we don't have to stay till, we'll be here just till 6, not till 6:30. So your families will all thank me. Or maybe not. I don't know. Depends how old they are, right? All right, so we're gonna have 2 projects, and I put in the chat, I put my concept board in there. It's at the top, and I will, since I only have a minute before Austin is gonna do an amazing job explaining the whole studio to you too. But just so that you know, again, to reiterate what Wendy said, they're basically asked to make a building. And it's supposed to have all the components of a building and work as a building and stand up and deal with all of the things and curtain walls and all kinds of things. And in my studio, we did housing and the site is Skid Row. And the students were asked to sort of think about a particular user, particular resident for their housing, and then also have a secondary program that was their choice, that they could, that was based on the type of kind of resident that they had selected for their site. And the residents were all sort of based on their research and who actually lives around Skid Row and whose kind of lives they wanted to address. And I think that's it. Everybody's familiar with the neighborhood. So anyway. I will let you, any questions? No? So we have 30 minutes. We have, so I will share my screen and Austin will present for 10 and then we'll talk about it and then we'll have Ida will end the day.
Cool. So hi everyone, thank you for coming today. My name is Austin Richards, and my project is a public living room for Skid Row. Everyone deserves access to collective space, as well as a personal space to call home. Skid Row is a hostile and striated urban condition defined by walls, blank facades, and fences. The only public space available, the streets and the sidewalks, are taken up by the catalog of characters that make up Skid Row's close-knit community. So my project is a mixed-use public library and affordable housing complex where the library serves as a public living room for the larger community of Skid Row, literally extending the street and sidewalk through the building to the future park behind the building, as you can see in my public living room diagram. Conceptually, my project explores, the library is re-envisioned not as the storage of books and knowledge, but as a distributor of knowledge, resources, and public space. And so conceptually, my project explores Deleuze and Guattari's concepts of smooth and striated space, which they discuss extensively in 1,000 Plateaus, Capitalism and Schizophrenia. And so in this publication, striated spaces are defined as fixed, sedentary, emphasizing global conditions via rule-based repetition, typically generated through the adherence of orthogonal grid. And then smooth spaces are open, loose, flexible, emphasizing local conditions or events, allowing individuals to freely seek out their needs or interests. So in a striated space, one feels as if they're occupying the space, whereas in a smooth space, one feels a part of the space. And so along with 1,000 Plateaus, I also heavily researched REMs, small, medium, large, and extra large, specifically the phenomena of the typical plan. So a typical plan is a smooth and striated space where the striated space houses utilitarian functions of a building, and then the smooth space is left bare to be used by whatever commercial tenants lease the space. It is a space void of events and life. And so in my project, I specifically wanted to avoid this and create an active space defined by programmatic vectors. And then, for my users, the project is envisioned as this sort of social condenser, focusing on 4 main user groups of this diverse community. So the families, so children, parents, or grandparents, which will reside in the affordable housing portion of the project, the previously homeless, and the homeless. And so I chose families specifically because housing for the homeless is primarily single room occupancy, and families can't live comfortably in these units, especially larger or multi-generational families. And instead, they're forced to stay on the streets until there's availability in a larger unit. And so yeah, one of the main goals of this project is to provide an equitable space beneficial to all of these diverse users to facilitate interaction and generate a central community space. And so the library is envisioned as a branch of the LA Public Library, and then the affordable housing of the project managed by an organization akin to a community of friends. It's a Santa Monica-based organization which restores, builds, and manages affordable housing for people of modest means. And then the La Jolla Hotel single room occupancy hotel on the site will continue to be run by the SRO Housing Corporation. And then in my narrative drawing, you can see how each of the user groups use their spaces, and then how do they utilize the free space in the library for either their individualistic needs or to come together with users in their community, with others in their community. And then the site plan, my project is located on 6th and Downey in the heart of Skid Row. And so in this heart of Skid Row, the project creates a central heart of public space where there is none. It's a true public space, one that doesn't require a purchase as quasi-public spaces such as art institutions or commercial spaces do. So at any time in this space, one can encounter the pillars of knowledge, gain access to resources, seek assistance, or meet and make a friend. And then this site collage shows the pre-existing conditions with a parking lot, and then the La Jolla Hotel to the southeast of the site, and then encampments occupying the residual space of the sidewalk. In approaching this project, I thought it was really important to kind of catalog the various spaces, experiences, and uses, and then organize them into either striated or smooth space. And so this is the sort of soup of programs, which are then placed into this domino house. And so the library is a type 1 concrete and steel construction, so domino house formally, which is then subtracted based on site conditions to get light deeper into the project as well as for circulation. And then these programs are kind of added in. And then the project is a gradient from public to private as it goes up vertically. And then environmentally, the housing portion of the project is made of heavy timber and CLT, so type 4, and features an operable metal mesh and inset windows mitigating sun exposure. And then the material collage shows the organization of the project. And then my axonometric shows the relationship of all of these programs, its relationship to the site, and then to the park. In response to the street, the library acts as an extension, open and transparent, inviting the public to join the community events and resources inside. As you can see, the public circulation elements are located on the 6th Street facing facade, inviting the public into all parts of the project. And then these circulation elements on my ground plan occupy this setback from the sidewalk, following a datum line based on the existing La Jolla Hotel. And so on the ground level, the entire program is based on this dichotomy between smooth and striated, with these striated spaces consisting of service spaces, so the bathrooms, the car park, etc. And then the smooth spaces are the social parts of the library, so the cafe, the resource center, various lounge spaces, auditorium. Yeah. And then the smooth space here is almost entirely flexible, opening up to both the sidewalk and the public park beyond through an operable nanowall system, which folds to create this open corridor. It creates an indoor-outdoor space. And then on the second level are more of the traditional spaces of the library, so the stacks and various meeting rooms. And so the striated and smooth spaces have a different interaction here, where they're directly adhering to each other and sort of unfolding onto one another. And then same thing on the podium level with, in this instance, the community planters, which kind of unfold into the loose program spaces of the podium. And then my sections show this continuation from the sidewalk through the building to the park beyond, and as well shows the atrium, which connects in section all 3 levels of the public library. And then there are 2 of these. So there's one on the cafe portion, and then as well, or cafe auditorium side, and then another one on the resource center in connection to the SRO. And then my interior collages demonstrate the unfolding of this metric space into the loose space from the SRO into the library. It's a haptic space defined by events and individuals. And you can see the same thing here in this interior collage, as well as the atrium, which connects all 3 levels of the library. And then my podium level shows this unfolding in space, as well as the housing portion, which sits atop the library. And so this CLT housing project is veiled by this operable white metal mesh facade, which allows the facade to have a dual reading as both one volume when it is closed and a sum of its units when the panels are opened. So narratively, this reads as an overall community, as well as the accumulation of the individual families which make up the community. And then my housing is located on the northwestern portion of the site, into a single loaded and double loaded corridor. And then at this end of the project, cantilevers over the existing La Jolla Hotel. And then each unit features sliding glass doors, balconies, enclosed by a cable wire mesh, and then on the outside, on the exterior, a white operable metal mesh system. And then this facade drawing shows the combination of elements, and then the figure ground shows the way in which I designed which windows would be operable and not. And then my unit plans continue the relationship of fixed and free space, where the striated space becomes a fixed core of utilitarian elements of the dwelling, so the bath, the kitchen, the storage, which frees up the rest of the space to be defined by the families. So families come in endless shapes, sizes, hierarchies, and so the organization of the unit reflects this, allowing the families to have autonomy in how they organize the space. And so I'll just talk about 4 units. So this is 1,000 square feet with 4 bedrooms, the efficient, and then the standard is just 2 bedrooms and 800 square feet. And then this can get completely varied with a sort of the minimalist, which is the interpretation of John Olmsted's apartment, and then the guests, which is assumed to be a family, so parents and 2 kids who can kind of rent out this extra bedroom and supplement income. The max and metric. Yeah. And then through the use of smooth and striated spaces is a project that responds to the needs of the community, generating a variety of spaces which emphasize and cater to the individuality of the users, as well as to the collective community of Skid Row. Thank you.
You could probably stop moderating, maybe.
Don't worry, we're all just looking at your project. It was like the awkward Zoom moment, like it used to be when we're all in person. Then it's incredibly awkward. We're trying to figure out what to say, but we're all just looking at your, trying to look at your drawings in more detail. So just be patient with us.
Yeah, it's a moment where you guys get up and get up from the chairs and then look at the drawings on the board.
Frank, you're muted.
Oh, we know it's good
Yeah.
from the gesture. Something good is happening.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I had a question about sort of your unit plans, because do I understand this correctly that there is sort of this sort of basic sort of box or loft-like space with kind of a smaller sort of core inserted, and then there are different ways of configuring the rest of the space? Did I understand that correctly? Yes. And these configurations, is this something that the users would do, or there are different sort of plans that they sort of choose from?
I interpret it as the users defining the space. So maybe those interior walls are just partition walls. So the users gain autonomy over how they define their space.
So, there were in the 1960s these really sort of interesting experiments in Sweden, social housing, where it was exactly that. It was sort of like, this sort of large kind of space, a core for kitchen and bathroom. And the idea was that people would then occupy the space and sort of shape it to what they wanted. And the reality is that, first people move in, they create a completely conventional apartment, essentially what they're used to, and nobody ever changes it. So because I think that the idea of sort of transforming the space is easier if you think of sort of the way Gregory Ain does it, sort of moving walls and things like that, rather than sort of completely reconfiguring things. I mean, a bit that aside, I like the idea very much of having the possibilities of spaces that can be occupied by one or two or six people, whether the six people are related or not. I do think that it's maybe a little optimistic in thinking of this as affordable housing or even sort of permanent supportive housing, and then thinking of having this sort of loft-like space. I mean, that's you're talking about units that are 400 square feet or 550 square. It's it's actually incredibly sort of rigidly sort of regimented how large units are for a certain number of individuals. But I think it's good to sort of think outside from these sort of very pedestrian restrictions and think of maybe a different way of doing that. What strikes me about you and your project is that it's sort of very, very cerebral in a way, but I also I'm a little bit worried if there is maybe a certain kind of coldness to the project, because it is so kind of sort of it's very, very sort of carefully sort of thought through. But what maybe is sort of missing is sort of just imagining the people who would really be sort of using that and living there and interacting with this, whether it is the library or the units. And this again may be a little bit unfair to sort of bring up in the setting of a school, because you would you're limited to your maybe experiences, but I do think that it is there's a certain amount of kind of maybe detachment from reality that I'm a little bit worried about in the project, in both how things would be used, how things function, how things are built. Just looking at this rendering, trees, have roots, so that's my kind of sort of initial reaction of not completely sure about how excited I would be to be there.
Frank, do you think that's because of the location or
No,
because of the project?
No, absolutely not because of the location. And you know, and we have done some affordable housing, not at Skid Row, though we've dealt with organizations that actually work at Skid Row. And you know, maybe I should sort of revisit that. I think the idea of having this sort of library that's very, very open to the outdoors and inviting in this location is certainly a good idea. And I like the idea of the library, sort of this place of it becomes what libraries used to be, sort of the communal space. It becomes the living room. I think that as an idea, I think is very strong. I'm not sure how well it is translated in this project, because and I don't know if it's the nature of the very sort of cartoon-like renderings or what it is, but you know, I look at this and I don't immediately think of this is a library or even this is a living room.
I wanted to come to a slightly different, maybe conclusion, but or at least the starting point. Frank, I don't know, but to me, the first two drawings, Austin, that you shared with us were absolutely stunning. The public living room drawing, which is the plan oblique of like placing things as a kind of composition in the parking lot, is really beautiful and kind of extreme in its notion. Like, what does it mean to produce a kind of public building? Which is to say that there are things at the scale of furniture and they're placed within an urban block at the scale of the city. And everything architectural, in a sense, has been maybe erased or has not yet been designed. And to me, that drawing represents your thesis. The little diagram to the left is also really powerful, but for different reasons. Maybe because the kind of smoothness upsets the notion of the grid and kind of like produces some amount of softness in relationship to figuration, which I think is also really powerful. But from these two starting points, and this is where, like, you know, I agree with the kind of sentiment that Frank brings forward. I don't see this kind of extreme graphic sensibility in the final project, in the final building of the project. So I think that you've tamed quite a bit and you've rationalized quite a bit some of these ideas that are really radical, just like pushing things into parking lots or just like softening grids, not for structural reasons, but for some sort of programmatic interests or figural interests of like figure versus grid, let's say. And all of a sudden, when we get to the building, we get like normative floor plates, normative kind of grids representing apartment units, etc. And we don't see the same degree of playfulness. And so my sense is that, Austin, you have an incredible starting point. Pieces really make sense. And I hope that that's something that, you know, kind of excites you and allows you to slightly rethink the building in a similar tone, both that has to do with a kind of like quality of landscape and kind of freedom of thinking each floor plate as its own kind of parking lot, and the idea of kind of like figure pushing back on structure, dissolving certain kinds of expectations about orthographics, et cetera, et cetera.
I keep hearing an echo. Is that something that's you guys are hearing as well? Maybe it's because everyone has their audio on. I just wanted to say something. I felt like the one thing that's really powerful, at least for me, Austin, is this social mixing diagram. If you can go to it really quickly. So when was this produced? Was this produced at the beginning, or was this produced for the final?
This is produced like week 4.
I mean, to some extent, I agree with the comments that have been said from Frank and Anna, but I think also that I like to think about projects through the lens of like clients. So is this a project for the city, I assume?
Yes.
If we're right. And so, if you're thinking about something like practice management, right? This idea of like insurance or liabilities or dealing with the results of your design, like this is a pretty radical diagram, in my opinion, pretty exciting. Because I think homelessness is like, it's a problem. Housing is a problem. Space in general in LA is kind of a problem. Skid Row in particular has been labeled as a problem, even though I think if you were to go to Skid Row and talk to the people who live there, they'd say it's not. And so it's interesting, but also maybe troubling to see a diagram like this coming from architects, and to think about the larger ramifications that are produced from something like this. And it's also exciting. And so when I think about the kind of multi-use social building that you produced, right? I feel like this diagram is really is the thing that's challenging all of this. And so whether it's the kind of constructability of cross limit, you said it was CLT, right? Panels for the units above, and then is it just concrete and steel on the bottom?
Yeah.
Like I think there's other discussions, but for me, from a client standpoint, like how you would get this built and show this to the city, and then what happens, right? If we as architects, we make a decision to create a social mixing and something happens, who's liable, right? And is that a problem? Is it not a problem? Should we discuss it in architecture school? I don't know. But for me, this diagram is really fascinating. And I think you should be proud of yourself for trying to take on this challenge, right? How does architecture participate in these types of conversations?
Thank you.
And maybe to go back, I think Anna, you sort of really described it very, very precisely in a way that that I couldn't. I was because it is, it's absolutely true how you have analyzed the issues very, very carefully, and you produce this really fantastic sort of diagrams that lead us to imagine maybe a different project than what is there in the end. And I think there is sort of a bit of a gap between how you are sort of imagining the building being used and the building that you have presented to us. Because I agree, when you go back to these sort of earlier things, it's very rich, and it's very that it provokes sort of my curiosity more than I think the final project.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think there's probably, at least for me, an open question about the role of those diagrams that Anna so deftly pointed out in relationship to the problem of housing. And so I think you explore it as it relates to the space that you're giving over to the public realm, and then in some ways accept kind of de facto the typological condition of the housing problem. And I think that's something that you could use both your interests and the diagrams to really, dissect, unpack, and reimagine. I plugged in a couple housing projects into the chat, which I'm sure you know. One of them being Malton's Star Apartments, which is, obviously in the neighborhood in more ways than one of what you're doing, and the way that his prefabricated elements relate to the plinth, and the plinth that's existing relates to the city. So there's a common problem there. And then also Sana's apartment building at Gifu as this kind of rumination on thinness and single loading of the corridor, even just, I think, an exploration of thinness as it relates to the problem of housing would allow you to kind of unravel it and be working in the realm of those earlier diagrams. But.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah, it's a very thoughtful endeavor. Also, I'm not sure. It's funny. It gave me a bit of a flashback to have the Deleuze Guattari Thousand Plateaus reference. It was like a 90s, like a grad school time for me reference. And I just wonder if it's something for you that's a generator that you don't have to use as a framework to describe the project. It's not to say that it's not important, but maybe you once you begin to draw through it, you start to understand it and describe it with another set of terminology. So it's not, because it's not a binary thing necessarily that you're creating or a manifestation of this kind of philosophical treatise. Yeah.
I think maybe one thing that I would encourage you to sort of revisit is just the sort of shaping and the kind of formal sort of manipulation of your plinths. Because while you speak about the connection of this sort of living room to the surrounding city, and you speak about encouraging this exchange, it is in the end, it's this sort of boxed in this sort of this glass room, and I think that you should think of the kind of the enclosure around the library as a much more sort of porous membrane, something that sort of is both shaped by kind of the outside and the inside. And I think that doing that would go a long way, I think, to sort of make the whole building, at least at street level, more accessible. I mean, I love this sort of tube that you have, the kind of the stair that starts at the street and leads you up to the garden. But I think the way the library is overall enclosed it is, even though it is glass, it is a barrier. And I think that's a contradiction to what you are proposing to do as a space there.
Anybody?
And so what would you see as like mitigating that barrier? Like, is it one of the programmatic objects that kind of like pierces that facade and kind of embraces the street more, like, or is it something else?
It could be that. It could also be the placement of it. I think that, if there again, what I mean by it could be shaped by both the outside and the inside, maybe translates into it is not, following the drip line of the building, but it is sort of creating covered outdoor spaces or indoor spaces that really push out more into the street. And I just think that, and again, sort of going back to these diagrams, and it's really good that we sort of went back to those, because you are thinking about how these things should sort of interlock and should interact, but that is not sort of translated into the building yet. And then you could also sort of think of, what happens on the ground floor is maybe different from what happens on the second floor, which is then again different from what happens on the third floor. So it may sort of start to really shape how these three levels of the plinth are articulated. I think once we get up to that garden level, again, apart from the fact that trees have roots that are the size of their crowns, and that these may actually be sort of large concrete vessels that sort of go through your library, to sort of have a tree in there. I think once we get to that level, I think it changes. But how it sort of sits in the city and relates to the city, which is so important, and you understand and you identify how important it is. But I think that the translation into the project is not completely there yet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so any last comments? Anna, do you have anything? No, we're good.
I mean, the one thing about materials I think is really important, because they could do some of the things that you're doing in that conceptual diagram. In other words, materials could help you to understand certain ways of working through order and disorder, like stacking, piling, and thinking of those things in entropy versus those things that are actually quite composed, like brick versus concrete versus glass, etc. And I completely agree here that, you know, right now materials for you are a little bit symbolic, rather than relating to your concept. And by that, I mean that they represent the things that they're meant to represent. You know, the brick SRO, the white lace for the kind of higher residential units, the kind of glass that acts transparently, but actually also produces a kind of barrier. There are things that I wish I could just kind of like mold back into the conceptual model, in relationship to both the kind of formal understanding of the urban block, but also the detail of the material. So to bring your attention to it, as Frank has done, I think is really important. And that's something that you can, I'm sure, kind of like figure out a more nuanced way of thinking through, not linking certain things to program and to different users, but linking them really to your conceptual underpinning of the way the entire site is understood as a kind of holistic place.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you all.
Mm-hmm.
For your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Okay, so one left. This is like almost at the finish line. Ida, you still here?
Yes.
It's always like the last, it's always hard to be the last one of the last day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ida. Thank you so much for being here. And my project is called Art Space LA. Art can be found at the center of culture in Skid Row and the Arts District. However, the gentrification of these areas has displaced many artists, leaving them without a place to live and make art. This project aims to help the artists of Skid Row and the Arts District by building a community arts center and affordable live-work housing for artists. Architecturally, the project utilizes the concept of neutral space and the use of the grid as its framework. This began by looking at the role of the grid in art through various artworks and the readings of art theorist Rosalind Krauss, where she examines the role of the grid as an organizational tool or the subject of an artwork itself. Similarly, I looked at the role of the grid in space, where architect Rem Koolhaas describes in some applications, the grid represents rationality and order, while in others it's used to challenge systems, fostering space for diversity and variation. So I took these two applications of a grid and applied them to different programs within the project. In the art space, the grid is used to make the space open and expandable. While in housing, the grid becomes closed and compartmentalized, displaying the needs of the user. Throughout the history of LA, there's been a pattern where artists move into empty post-industrial spaces and poor neighborhoods, create studios and community, and then are priced out. Named for the artists who made the neighborhood a creative hub in the first place, the Arts District has lost many of the artists that make it what it is. The lack of affordable artist housing has made it difficult for individual artists to pursue their work, but has also disrupted entire communities of artists who depend on each other. Additionally, there is a lack of accessible arts infrastructure that is open to the entire community in the area, where creating and sharing art fosters a sense of belonging. So the site is located along East 4th Street and is between Omar and Crocker. Being on the edge of Skid Row and bordering the Arts District, this area 30 years ago was home to light manufacturing and warehouses, but now it's one of the city's most expensive places to live, making it almost impossible for artists to afford. Because of these reasons, the program of a community arts center and artist housing brings awareness to the importance of supporting cultural production and keeping artists in the neighborhood. Through the LAMP Arts Program and Art Space, the Arts Center provides a nonprofit creative avenue for self-expression to the community through events, painting and pottery classes, and art shows, as well as facilitates a way for the community to make and sell their artwork. The housing element consists of 48 units with corresponding studio spaces for each unit. It's divided into 2 chunks with each containing 2 studio levels sandwiched between 2 unit levels. The goal of the project is to provide an art center that is for the community and responsive of access to art. In order for the project to read well at the street scale, the housing bar is shifted to the back of the site, allowing the frontage of the project and the art center to remain in context to the surrounding buildings. On the ground floor, the entrance to the art center is from a plaza facing the main corner of the site, allowing the public to gather and enter the project. This plaza also provides an art space back to the street for performance art or sculpture and acts as an extension of the gallery. Here you can also access the main housing lobbies and the podium level, inviting the city into the project through the exterior stair. Programmatically, the Art Center is divided into two bars, where one half contains two levels of art center or of art studios, classrooms, and workspaces, and the other half is a double height gallery. The different art studios are flexible and can open and expand visually into one another, allowing them to face into the gallery space, having that relationship between the two different program elements. The podium level is open to the exterior and exists as a public space to display and share art, and acts as a threshold where the residents artists can blend and meet.
Hey, Ida, there's a little bit.
I think it's.
There's a little.
Yeah, I think it's lagging.
So maybe, yeah, you want me to move it because it's lagging from your voice.
Yes, please. I apologize.
It's okay.
Is my voice okay? Can you hear me though? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. So moving on to the plan oblique. I'll wait for you.
I'm there.
Oh, okay. I think, I'm sorry, my connection I think is bad. Okay, so within the Art Center, the studio spaces face and open into the gallery. This creates a visual connection between the street, the art being displayed, and art being created. Within the neutral framework of the grid, both the studio spaces and the gallery can adapt to various types of art being made and displayed, such as pottery and painting in the art studios, or in the gallery, where a more divided and intimate exhibition can occur versus a larger, more continuous one. The housing bar is designed as a modular framework, allowing the units to be organized in a repetitive sequence. Units are stacked and sectionally wrap around art studio spaces, allowing each unit to extend from one side of the building to the other for maximum sunlight and ventilation. Typically for artists, a live workspace can be isolating, where the workspace is traditionally nestled within a unit. I address this by reinterpreting the typology, where the workspace, where the studio levels have a relationship with each other and foster a more creative environment. Private stairs act as objects within an open field where the artists can work and coexist together while still maintaining the privacy of their individual units and having their own studio space. A skip-stop housing model is used as a division between public and private, eliminating the corridor at the unit level and having the main circulation occur on the studio levels. This allows the studio levels to become an activated and dynamic street throughout the project and further encourage public engagement where the artists can open up the studios to the city for events or art walks. And then moving on to the axon. Here shows the relationship between the unit and the artist's corresponding studio space, where the residents enter from their own private stair from the studio level and into their unit. The units are double orientation with a center service core that allows both the bedroom and living space to have access to daylight and ventilation. And then moving on to the narrative. So architect Stan Allen proposes that a field condition is any formal or spatial matrix that organizes diverse elements through repetition and sterality while still respecting the identity of the individual unit. Similarly, in this project, the gridded framework is laid out in a systematic way, creating a neutral backdrop. This allows the activity of the artists and their work to act as the primary layer, welcoming diversity by allowing the artists to appropriate their spaces and make it their own, as shown here in this section. Within its purity, the framework creates an opportunity of intervention for its users, acting like a blank canvas for each of the artists to appropriate and transform the project over time as they see fit. So here shows like on the left how it would be just in its purest form. And then over time, the artists basically take over and transform the space as they see fit. So studios can become more private or joined, or however the artists interpret the space. So throughout the design process, I looked at precedents such as Unité de Habitation by Le Corbusier and Peabody Terrace at the GSC by Joseph Louis Sert, where both projects emphasize the horizontal relationships and plan, but also the verticals in section through the skip-stop model. This can be seen in this first section in the stacking of the housing bar, where 2 studio levels are between 2 unit levels, and further the vertical relationships of the studios through the double height spaces. This section also illustrates the relationship between the studios and the art center and the double height gallery, showing the visual connection between the art and those who create it. The second section cuts to the circulation of the units, where one either goes down or up into their unit from the studio level, in addition to the different art studios opening into the event space in the art center. On the exterior, the facade emphasizes the grid and the rhythm of the modular plan behind it. The project is type 1 steel construction and cladded with prefab concrete panels. Inset balconies are defined by double height voids, which increase natural light, but also create thresholds to provide a visual and physical connection between the studio and unit levels, allowing the artist to either look up or look down into the balcony of the art studios, further linking the 2 spaces. On the front elevation, the art center is read as open and accessible, so that the community on the street can have a glimpse of the art and the activities within, bringing them into the project. Additionally, as shown on the axon, the art center is treated separately from the housing, so that it can exist as a public front to the community and a threshold between the street and the art being created. And then moving on to the descriptive drawing. So through the rigidity in the units and the grid, the variation comes from the different artists that appropriate their living and workspace, making it their own by superimposing their identity on the interior and exterior of the project, further activating the facade and making it an ever-changing live piece of art to the city. Artists are contributors to the city of LA, and their presence fosters community, economic development, and social improvements. This project aims to keep artists in LA as they preserve and carry on the culture of the city and the fabric of its neighborhoods. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. I'm so sorry.
That was really awesome and beautiful. And I really appreciate all of these amazing kind of section drawings where we see a glimpse of almost like a Wes Anderson movie into each one of the lives of these artists. I wanted to start with a question because I totally understand and get, even though like not, you know, like not for efficiency's sake, but just for like social sake, I understand the top part of the project and I love it, like the kind of checkerboard. Can you explain a little bit again, the bottom part of the project where things don't play that game of public and private, but they see like the kind of the bottom, which is linking back to the, I guess, urban space and this gallery space. Yeah, can you explain how that helps you, how that helps the building and what you think about it in relationship to everything that happens above it?
Sure. So of course, I wanted to provide a space and an architecture for artists, but I also felt like it was important to give that to the community as well. So, so as far as the art center, whether you are an artist or want to just express yourself, this kind of provides that type of space to the community through these workshops and painting classes. Because in Skid Row, in this area, there is a lack of arts infrastructure that is open to the entire community. And then of course the gallery I just saw as an important piece to the project where the artists from above or even the artists in the art center or just the surrounding local community can display their work and share that.
and your thought is that it can't follow a similar logic as the kind of live work sections above, because it needs to be operating at a different scale, or that it needs to somehow exist outside of that rigid grid?
Yeah, the way I was studying it is that on these levels, I wanted it to be completely expandable and flexible. So the scale that is on the housing is it's a lot tighter. And I just felt like that wasn't what I imagined for the lower level of the art space.
I mean, I completely understand Anna's comment, and I'll get back to that in a second. I think the way you sort of think about the spaces to live and spaces to work for artists and how they connect to each other is really fantastic. I think it's really, and you know, the idea of sort of the circulation moving through the space where you work, the possibility that yes, some people will actually enclose it because they do want to have the privacy, and that you sort of enter through their work, the artist enters through their work into their sort of dwelling. I mean, you know, maybe their children will end up, you know, with years in therapy because they never had they could not sort of separate themselves from, you know, their parents' art making. They have to go through their studio to sort of get into it. I also thought it was interesting once you sort of showed the cross section, because at first I was wondering if from that level one could enter both down or up into the apartment, but then you sort of showed it that they are sort of mirrored in a way. So there's one level of studio only connects to one level of housing. I do think that maybe this organization should sort of be mirrored in some way on the exterior of the building. I think that because, you know, these sort of two double layers of studio spaces, well, on one hand, I completely understand that you are talking about this sort of very, very sort of rigid three-dimensional grid, and every function sort of can slot into one of these cells. I do think that in the end, there is a difference between the space for work and the space for living, and I just wonder if there could be some reflection of that in the elevation. The part that where I thought Anna's comment was so interesting is when I saw your building first, I read this as there is this block of housing and studios, and then there is this block of sort of community interaction. And then when you start to explain this, it is much less divided. In fact, you know, programmatically, the two are completely sort of linked, and the use of the kind of the communal space, you know, open, you know, it's very open to kind of the studios that exist on those levels. And I wonder if if that wouldn't mean that the building, the overall building, should be treated less as a composition of two very different volumes, and more like a more sculpted overall volume that has this sort of kind of this protrusion on this lower level, because internally it is so connected. You know, what happens on the first and the second floor in this what looks like an annex to what happens inside the plinth. And so I think that to me is a little bit of a sort of a contradiction in how the building is used and how the building expresses itself. But again, I mean, what I think is just really sort of really quite masterful is that the building appears very simple when you first look at it, when you study it. And there's to me, there's a beauty in simplicity, but you not only imagine, but you start to show us the kind of the messiness of life that would happen in there. And that and I would think that this would be kind of a really joyful place to kind of live and work, and you know, you pop around to visit another artist friend, and I think that I think shows kind of a really sort of a good understanding of how these spaces would be used. And I think that's very I think it's very commendable.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with all the comments. Absolutely. I think it's interesting. I haven't done a housing project myself, but I've taught a few studios about it, and I think it's a very difficult and challenging problem to work on. And it's so often solved in such a formulaic fashion. And it is at the bottom line often about efficiency and dollars and all those things. And I think it's interesting that if you, in a very clever way, like architecture, coming from architecture, so it's careful study of Unite and maybe Gifu, which is a kind of svelte Unite sonus project at Gifu. You allow yourself one inefficiency, which is to say, well, what if there were a lot of stairs? Like, what if the relationship to that skip-stop model, and I just fill the project with these private stairs, and it's quite brilliant. I mean, it's a lovely invention or take on the problem. And then I think Anna's point about the Wes Anderson films, or the hull of the Belafonte, in this idea of revealing, very like making a building which is potentially naked. That, I think that's the one, like the image of the building in the city at the moment, I think doesn't reveal as much as maybe the project might promise. And that's maybe will come with more development, or kind of ruminating on all of the things you produce. But I think it's a really beautiful take on the problem of housing, which is not an easy thing to accomplish at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these interior vignettes, I think the scale of them, they remind me of interior elevations, right? The way that we're kind of seeing it. They're really exquisite. I think Anna had mentioned that at the beginning. I just want to commend, I think it's fantastic. We need more art spaces in LA in general. So it's an important program to be looking at. I was listening to a podcast with an artist named Taylor White. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's in Virginia. But he lives in a similar space like this, where he lives on the bottom and he has his studio at the top. And, you know, like mid-dinner, he's with his kids, his family, he'll like run upstairs and make a move, right? Because he has such close access to it. And so it's quite fascinating, this idea of like kind of mixing the two. And I guess like one thing I always ask myself when we're talking about art, specifically this, is like, what kind of art would your building be, right? Like, would it be a conceptual building or conceptual art? Would it be a minimalist art? Would it be an abstract art, right? So this idea of like the grid and the way you're using the grid, I think, is a really interesting way of challenging this notion of grid. I agree with the comments with the kind of upper half with the spaces. I had a question though. Are the studio spaces private or are they public?
So to the well, it could be open. So that's kind of where the skip stop comes in. So like if the artist wanted to open to the public, they can, and their units are still private because this.
So they can cut off the units to their peers, right?
Sure.
Yeah, because artists love to, like, you know, go steal a pencil
Yeah.
if they need to. But it's an interesting dynamic. I think this idea of like cross-pollination from a creative standpoint of like people seeing things, it just like fuels the fire. Like, this is the type of space you'd want to live in if you were a kind of artist. But I just think you've done an amazing job with the grid. Like, it's just fascinating to me conceptually how you're almost misusing it, right? You think of grids from a kind of structural standpoint or a tectonic standpoint, but I think you've really developed a kind of minimalist conceptual idea of the grid in this context. It's really exciting.
But and I agree with that. But I think we should maybe also talk about sort of the dangers or the restrictions of your grid. You know, one thing is that, you know, artist studios, there is a desire very often to have them to be larger, you know, taller ceilings. They maybe should be taller than actually the sort of the living spaces. And also, you know, how you move sort of things around. So it would be very difficult. Oh, I see. So you're pointing, you're pointing to the a double height space. But it would be very difficult to sort of move things other than kind of canvas and paint and color and paper and things like that, smaller things into these studios, and anything that is sort of maybe larger or becomes a sculpture or something like that would be quite difficult to move around. Many years ago, I was in Warsaw, and we got to see some housing projects there that were built in the sort of, I think, 1960s or 70s. And there was something incredibly interesting about that, that all of these sort of housing projects, and this is where sort of, you know, the equivalent of middle-class families lived. All of these building blocks had at the bottom studios for sculptors, and on the top level they had studios for painters. So, you know, they had the best light, and the sculptors had, on the ground floor, could move things in and out very easily. I mean, of course, this was all sort of like, you know, state-sponsored artists, and you had to have a certain license. I mean, we won't get into that. But what was really interesting was this sort of like recognizing of, you know, artists as kind of a really important sort of element of the society, incorporating that into the housing, mixing it with very conventional sort of housing, but then also recognizing the different types of art that are made, and maybe the different types of spaces that these would need. And I do think, again, as super interesting as your project is, I think there are some limits in what can be done in these spaces. It would probably really all be painting or very sort of small sculptures, and I could imagine that. This goes maybe back to sort of my earlier comment about the use of the spaces being kind of reflected on the outside. And I could imagine that if you introduce sort of a row or a level of much higher studio spaces, because that's where, you know, things, you know, large sculptures are being made, or start to sort of think about sort of slightly different ways of using these art spaces, that would maybe also sort of reflect on the building. But I think, you know, we're sort of like it's overall, it's a super interesting project, and also how you thought about, you know, sort of the role of art and artists in Los Angeles, and, you know, the fact that Los Angeles at this point is really internationally a center of the contemporary art world. I really commend you for all of that. It's really, really nice to sort of see your project.
Thank you so much.
I was curious if it would be helpful to pull together the kind of underground parking with your desire to produce that public space at the first 3 levels. I mean, I guess we talked a little bit about that kind of ground floor, producing a little bit more of a form for the entire building as a kind of figure-in space. And that, you know, hence I put the hull into the chat, the hull of a ship. But now that I think about it, like, there is a programmatic need in a way that you're showing for parking garage and ramping of the floor plate to kind of bring everybody in this building into the building itself, into the kind of body of the building. So I was thinking that maybe to produce that kind of monumentality and openness of spaces, the logic of something like a parking structure where all the floor plates are actually kind of bending the street into the space of the building would allow you to produce the accessibility also that we're talking about, meaning accessibility to bring in larger pieces of equipment and of materials, but also accessibility for some of the artists who might not be able to use some of the stairs and the smaller spaces. So it's kind of like public accessibility, the street actually bending into the building, but also some of the monumental kind of equipment that you might need to bring in. So it's not just like parking is in the basement, galleries at the ground level and some sort of, infrastructure at the second level, but it's like all three of those things would actually work in tandem so that the floor plate itself somehow allows you to formally link those programmatic elements together.
Yeah, that's definitely something that I didn't think about before, which is a really interesting idea. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a nice way to end the day, Sarah. Just to your point about it probably having been a long week for everybody, but very beautiful project, so it's exciting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, lovely, coherent, beautiful work.
She works hard, that one.
You can always tell.
I always wanted you to have all the versions of the plans because the skip stuff idea came early, but the studies, there was like 10 different options and they were all completely different, all using the skip stuff, but they all created completely different spaces. I actually think it would be nice to have like just a little publication of the relationship between those 4 floors and the way you don't have any of them here, but some of them got very wild looking, right? They all worked in the similar way, but they created very different kinds of spaces. And that like a little bit on the side, maybe a little side thing that just showed all of the experimentation. Because you settled on that one, but you could have chosen any of them, right? They were all kind of equally provided a kind of interesting, some of them were more convoluted, but they were all kind of interesting. Anyway, thank you very much to our jurors. And
yes, thank you so much. Thank you for your feedback. And thank you, Sarah, for helping me with the moderation. Sorry.
That's okay. I could follow you along. If you want to look at different projects, if you want to poke around, there's some interesting projects on this housing. I think the students really there were a lot of different ways to kind of understand it. And it's fun. I mean, it's been this second year I've done housing. It's been really kind of a fun exercise for all the reasons that Darren mentioned, how it is. It's like how limiting, and then also like where do you find invention within a very limited, kind of fairly constrained set of, right?
100%.
They still have to work as apartments, right? They still have to have
Mm-hmm.
And there's a kind of nice scale issue that happens when you're trying to deal with, the unit. Like how do you, anyway, thank you. I hope to see you in person. Everybody's going to be
nice.
Everybody's going to be clean shaven once. So many beards now.
Hidden by masks. Yeah.
Congratulations to all the students.
Yeah, congrats.
In Eager, I'm sure.
Yeah, and to the teachers, both Sarah and Wendy,
For sure.
who's in another room now. But yeah, it's really exciting to see, how thoughtful, many of these projects were, and in addressing, very sort of complex issues that need to be addressed, and where architects have a very important voice that needs to be heard.
I agree. Congratulations to everybody.
Thanks. Thank you for having us, Sarah.
Thanks,
Great
Sarah.
job. Great job.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. So have a wonderful weekend, everybody. And we will regroup maybe on Monday and sort out what we heard, what we think. Sounds good.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, Sarah. We do have a final in Kip's class at 4 p.m., just for your information.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, timing wise.
well, we can talk quickly and then maybe talk again on Wednesday. If Wednesday's better, we can do it then, but maybe we'll just regroup quickly and then we'll talk again on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I was scared this is how we were all going to say bye.
I know.
That would be terrible. No, we have to have a group hug before we all go off on our to our lives. That would be like a terrible way to end. Just bye, go off on your own.
Oh my goodness.
All right, but yes, rest up. Have a good weekend.
Thank you so much,
Congratulations.
Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you,
Have a
Sarah.
great
Thanks, Sarah. Thank
Thank you
you
so much
for
for
everything.
Bye.